Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, senior micro strategist, senior market strategist. I think's my title. I'm not quite so sure anymore. We are joined by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, senior economist, and the one and only Craig Shapiro, who is the senior macro strategist. Good morning, folks. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning, Jim.
Craig, you're the one who just got back. I'm not supposed to be so shaky. You're the one, but appreciate you guys being here today. Interesting day today. A lot of green on the board, but not much. Kind of like baby moves so far, with some notable exceptions, which we'll talk about today in a couple of seconds. In the meantime, Shai, what is the news?
All right. So, although President Trump has said yesterday that we were going to get a deal in 48 hours, Yemen Houthi militant group said it would attack all Saudi oil tankers in the northern Red Sea, a potential fresh escalation. They said the move was result of the kingdom diverting ships away from the Bab el-Mandeb choke point in the south of the waterway, and UKMTO just reported as we were coming online that they have sunk a ship off the coast of Yemen near that strait. Chinese dip buying bolsters gold as prices find a floor at 4,000. Chinese institutional investors have swooped on gold in recent weeks, helping to arrest the precious metals decline and keep prices above the threshold of $4,000 an ounce. Gold-backed exchange-traded funds in China saw 14 straight days of inflows up until Monday, the longest streak since March. And last but not least, we had AMD and SpaceX that reported yesterday. AMD reported with a beat and a raise, data center revenue up 107% year over year, but the stock fell 7 to 10% in extended trading on gross margin of 54% versus 56% consensus, and positioning is up 140% year to date going in. And then SpaceX first public earnings beat on revenue. The stock fell 8%. It's down now 10% on Q2 capex of $18.37 billion, including $15.83 billion in AI, well above the $13.22 billion consensus. So it seems that investors are a little bit still worried about all this capex going on. And then last but not least, as far as data is concerned today at 8:15 a.m. Eastern, ADP 945, services PMI, and 10 ISM services index. All of these data points will be important today.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, I mean, equities they're holding so far. And Craig, you wrote about this morning in your morning brief that we publish on. It's more than just a morning brief, everybody. If you want to get the free newsletter emailed directly to you, it's available. We'll get a link into the chat. But Craig, you wrote new all-time highs on a thin base with Hormuth holding the key. What's going on there?
Yeah, look, I mean, we did break out on the S&P to all-time highs, but NASDAQ's still not back there yet. But look, this morning you have, more suspect outlook from AMD and from SpaceX. You'd think it would hit the NASDAQ. Nope. NASDAQ, recovered some of the weakness at the onset of those reports from yesterday afternoon, and is back up again this morning and chasing the S&P higher. I mean, look, today is a big data day, as Shai mentioned. We also at 8:30 get the quarterly refunding announcement from the Treasury, where we'll hear whether or not they are changing the coupon issuance story at all. There's no expectation for them to increase coupons yet. And it's actually, markets this morning are acting like they may actually reduce coupons. So we'll keep an eye out for that at 8:30. It could be market moving if they do decide to change something on that front. But broadly speaking, yesterday was a pretty risk-on, constructive day. And then you saw some of the power of negative gamma. You get some of these kind of negative gamma pockets intraday on the zero-data expiry options. And kind of once we started to blast through some certain levels yesterday, we just kept going and going and going. And that was exacerbated by the leverage ETF rebalance flows at the close, which were amongst the highest buy flows we've seen, despite some of the retrenchment in AUM for some of these strategies after the last few weeks of more suspect trading. But seems like a pretty euphoric risk-on market again, but we have a lot of data now. And so, we'll see. And as far as Hormuz is concerned, I mean, the president keeps saying we have a deal. So why suspect otherwise?
Oh, sorry about that. That was pretty funny. But when I'm looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ, I mean, there's still a little bit of divergence there, right? I mean, that 7,600 used to be the line of price happiness for the S&P. Now S&P is tracking on the futures anyway, almost 7,800, whereas the NASDAQ can't get to that above that 30,000 just yet. I mean, do we feel like there's going to be continued divergence here, or is the NASDAQ gonna catch up? And I love both your opinions, Craig. Let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, for me at this point, I think we're going to see a more correlated move in equities. We're kind of through, the thick of earnings at this point, and so I suspect we're going to get more directional moves and more correlation. Implied correlations now are about as low as we've seen them, and so typically what happens after earnings season is you wind up getting a little bit more correlated move in the tape, and I think the macro will matter. If the data is good and the economy is fine, the bond market doesn't unravel too quickly, I think equities will continue to just plow higher, and NASDAQ probably will get back to and make all-time highs. But if the bond market starts to get a little bit more squirrely and yields move higher with some more velocity potentially at this 8:30 meeting or announcement this morning, that could be a catalyst. But we also have payrolls later this week, could be on Friday, could be a catalyst too on the bond market. I think that would be the type of thing that we could start to see some headwind. But without rates moving higher with some speed, it seems like all systems are go right now for the stock market.
Yeah, Shai, what do you think about the equity race?
I mean, well, I think what we're seeing is a lot of rotation still within the index itself that is helping the ES. We are starting to see materials move higher, along with things like gold, silver, platinum. All of these are starting to break out. If we look at nuclear stocks are waking up on the equity side and on the ETFs, and critical minerals as well. And so we are seeing some rotation into these other products, which I find very interesting as far as natural resources are concerned, obviously, because I focus a lot on that area. But we are starting to see breakouts in a lot of those charts. But as far as the indexes are concerned, we're not really out of the woods yet, as far as I'm concerned. As far as the the Treasury market, we've got Treasury options are exploding. Bond traders are spending millions of dollars to guard against those sharp declines in long-dated Treasuries that risk kind of igniting a bigger bout of volatility in that market. And so we need to still keep an eye on that because if the market makers get off sides, they have to go in and start selling futures. So I don't think we're quite done with this route. If we look at the MOVE index, that's starting to move higher, which is the bond volatility index compared to, we're seeing the VIX obviously move lower, but the MOVE index is moving higher. And so if we start getting some volatility, real volatility in the Treasury market, then obviously that's going to affect equities. So I'm not saying we're completely out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I mean, metals are the market of the morning as far as I'm concerned. And I was looking at gold this morning. Gold was up quite a bit, 2.5%, and I immediately thought, okay, bonds are two handles higher right now, which probably triggered some of the move in gold on the way up. I mean, we're talking low 108 handle to a low 110 handle where we're trading at right now, and that's that's decent sized move for a 3-day move up for bonds. So is yield driving some of these? And should I go first? Is yields driving some of these metal prices?
Yeah, absolutely, because you have real yields coming down. That's helping monetary metals such as silver and gold. That helped 2.96 this morning, down from earlier we were over 3%. That has come down. That's definitely helping those metals, including platinum. We also have a softer dollar. We're below 100 again. That also is a help for the metals markets right now. And we're seeing, silver is up 3.5% this morning and gold up 2.5% this morning. And so definitely getting a boost from softer real yield, softer dollar.
Yeah, Craig, what are you seeing in the currency market now that Chai mentions it?
Yeah, when I saw gold this morning and bonds had a little bit of bid, my conspiracy theory was raised, and I felt like Bessent had put out the news to the insiders that he was going to cut coupon issuance, which is would be a very controversial decision on his part. The expectations of him doing that are basically zero. Because he has talked about and Treasury has referenced that in the next few quarters, they will actually be raising coupon issuance. So to the idea that on the morning when they're going to give the update, gold's rallying and bonds are rallying, I was like, maybe he told people the opposite is actually true. And this will be another effort by him and the administration to suppress volatility and pump markets into the midterms here. So we'll see. We'll find out at 8:30. I suspect we're going to get no news, which is going to be no change in coupons, no change in language. But if we do, about forward guidance on that, but if we do get something, be prepared for markets to move aggressively. If for some reason he does decide to increase coupons or suggest that an increase in coupon issuance is coming soon, the bond market is going to sell off. I suspect we're going to have a risk-off day. And on the flip side, if he announces that he's reducing coupon issuance, I would expect stocks to really roof on that. I expect gold to roof on that. I expect the dollar to get smoked on something like that. So I think 8:30 is going to be quite interesting. At 8:15, we also get the ADP. That'll be interesting too. Probably less potentially market moving than this 8:30 announcement if something were to come out.
And Craig, walk us through that a little bit more. The coupon issuance. Are we worried about the duration or the amount of the debt that's going to be thrown out there?
Yeah, we already know the amount of the debt that was released on Monday afternoon. This is a question of what's the composition of that issuance. Is it going to be bills versus bonds? And over the last several years, Treasury has continued to issue more bills than bonds. And this Treasury Secretary was very critical of the prior Treasury Secretary Yellen for shifting issuance composition to the front end and issuing more bills and not terming out the debt, only to find himself in the seat to do the exact same thing as what she did, which is a reluctance to term out the debt. At some point, Treasury is going to need to issue more longer-term paper in order to smooth out the maturity schedule. And right now, there's guidance from the Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee that suggests we should have anywhere between 15 to 20% of bills as a percentage of total Treasury issuance. Well, right now we've been running that well north of 20% for quite some time. And so Treasury continues to say at some point in the future we're going to issue more coupons, and then keeps pushing that date out into the future. So we'll find out again at 8:30 whether or not they decide that they're going to actually bring that forward or continue to push it out. But you cannot continue to fund government finances with bills, right? That just opens us up to a tremendous amount of risk about refinancing, about short-term rates, about what happens in an environment where trading stops or we get into some more protracted geopolitical conflict. And so we need to have a longer duration maturity schedule. Everybody in Treasury and everyone on Wall Street kind of continues to recommend that. And the Treasury, but this is a way for Treasury to manipulate prices and to achieve an economic agenda that they're interested in. And so that's something that Treasury continues to balance, and that's what we'll get an update on that every 3 months, and we'll find out again this morning what they decide.
But even entering into a potential hiking cycle, I mean, there's probably some traps there that they have to work through.
We're not hiking.
Well, look, I mean, Warsh and Bessent meet every week for breakfast. This is a well-known thing that the Treasury Secretary and the head of the Fed are meeting on a regular basis. So there's clearly coordination to some degree between the two entities about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it, and making sure that they're achieving the economic agendas that continue to move the country forward in a pro-growth environment with less inflation. The problem right now is we are running inflation above target for 65 months in a row. And if Bessent were to do something like reduce coupon issuance, you'd see the dollar rally, you'd see stocks rally, you'd see gold rally, so you see the dollar would weaken, and inflation expectations would rise again. And so that would seemingly defeat the purpose of what they're trying to do here, which is to bring inflation down. But anything is possible, I guess.
Yeah, Chai, you're just like, no way they're hiking, huh? I mean, even looking at the Fed funds tool, they're supposed to be, but you just don't think it's not a possibility this calendar year?
I don't think so now with lower oil prices. Yeah, we're still, around $75, but I just don't think, that he has it in him to do it. Even though he probably should have just ripped it. 25 basis points is not going to do anything, let's be honest here. So he probably should have already done it at the July meeting. So I have a hard time believing that he'll do it in front of the midterms, because I know the Fed is apolitical, but, I don't think so.
No, I hear you. I hear you. It'll be interesting. The next meeting is going to, a lot of folks are literally on TV and other places, on X, in the macro world, saying the next FOMC meeting is the critical one. It's the big one where it's going to be kind of a litmus test of where we're going.
Yeah. Looks like the 8/15 release just came out for ADP. Employment comes in at 44,000 versus 65,000 expected. So a reasonably, less than expected. We have been monitoring the weekly ADP employment reports, which have been showing kind of deceleration in hiring trends now for the last 8 to 10 weeks. And so I don't know this is necessarily a surprise. Doesn't really look like markets have moved all that much on that. I mean, gold's kind of shifting to a new high here. Bond market, rallied a touch, on the number. But, look, the labor market is something of a bit of a concern, right? We've talked about this, that the hiring trends have been more sluggish of late. But as far as the Fed is concerned, this is normal in the pace of, their expectations, while inflation continues to run well above target. And so with a labor market that is steady, and inflation running above target, more members of the Fed are shifting to that hawkish construct. Fed President Schmid was out this morning. We know he's a hawk, and he was very hawkish again this morning, basically saying, current regime is not restrictive at all. And so I think his dot is probably the highest dot of anyone's dot as far as looking for hikes, later, several hikes this year and into next year. He's not a voter this year, but that's where the committee continues to move. And if the labor market doesn't decelerate rapidly, then, look, I mean, September does seem like the last chance. I'd be shocked if they, didn't hike in September and then hike, 2 days before the election. That would seem to be, because that would seem to be something that doesn't make a lot of sense. So it seems like the window to do a hike is September. We'll get the labor data this week. We get the CPI next week. If the CPI comes in hotter than expected, I think we're going to get that rate hike in September. So I'll take the other side of that. Me and Shai are going to have an off camera bet. We'll keep Kalshi's fees out of it. We'll just do it right here in studio.
Oh, keep me out of it. Whatever you do, I don't know. So let's kind of pivot. We just kind of touched the energy markets a little bit. We do have a great guest coming up in a second. We'll introduce him in a minute. Crude oil right now is kind of just holding its own, $75.82 for the WTI right now. We have nat gas unched. We have RBOB unched. We have heating oil up a tad at 0.25%. Shai, walk us through what's going on in crude oil. It seems relatively stable at this very moment.
At this very second, yeah. We kind of bounced off those overnight lows as soon as we heard that the Houthis were going to resume attacks on Saudi ships for trying to steer away from the Strait. And so that kind of gave a little bit of a lift, although, markets are waiting for this 48 hours, which would be today or tomorrow, that we're supposed to get some deal. And so it seems to me that probably I expect everything quiet today in crude unless we get one of those announcements, because we just had the Houthis that literally sink a ship in the Red Sea, and crude did not blink an eye. So it's hurry up and wait to see if we, get this deal in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Well, at the risk of knowing the answer, I'm gonna ask Craig. Captain Obvious is myself. Are we gonna? Is this going to be a real deal, or are we going to just? Is this just another iteration of the on again, off again war status?
Yeah, look, I think it's 3 months really, I think, to the day right before we get the midterms, and we know the president's sensitivity to the oil price environment, and so the idea that he's going to look to increase the strikes and see oil prices really spike higher on something that he did specifically seems like it's a lower and lower probability event. Now, are we going to have free-flowing trade through the strait that alleviates all the supply chain concerns? I doubt it. And so I suspect we're going to continue to have a bit of this back and forth dynamic in play. There's a deal, there's no deal, but as long as there's no missiles that are really flying back and forth, I think the markets will feel quite comfortable with the back and forth regime. And as Anthony mentioned earlier in the week, he's not even he's muted the word Hormuz right from his from his feed. And I think many investors who are not trading energy have done that as well. Right, people are focusing more on the AI story and the capex trends, and are the hyperscalers going to earn the returns, and what's going on there. So I think I don't think we're going to have some sort of all systems go deal here. Probably ever. They'll be. I mean, Iran has clearly showed that they have the ability to kind of help, to dictate the terms in the strait, and they'll either be compensated for it or not, or they'll blow up some ships when they want to, or they won't. And this is unfortunately the new regime that we're in because of this war. Yeah,
awesome. Good times. But looking at the rest of the energy market, I mean, I noticed heating oil is up about 0.56% now. And Shai, you've been talking about the crack spreads for a long time. What should we be looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, crack spreads are still elevated. We're at $57 this morning. Granted, the high was about 69, but you have to remember crack spreads. You would be lucky if you got over 20. Like, that would be really, really good for refiners, is holding over 20. And so crack spreads are still extremely elevated, still trading higher than they were when this first kicked off, and we had oil screaming higher. So that has a lot to do with the fact that we have a product problem. It's not helping that Ukraine is bombing refineries in Russia, as they are a big supplier of diesel. They've stopped their exports, and we already had a diesel problem, and now we're starting to have a gasoline problem here in the United States. The diesel problem started last year. Now we're starting to see huge dent in our gasoline stocks, and so we do have an issue still here. And even though oil prices have come down, prices at the pump are still over $4 a gallon national average as of this morning.
Real quick, Shai. I mean, utilization rates have been at the refineries, in some regions 97 to 102%. And there's probably going to be some fall turnaround things that have to happen. Is something going to little break right here?
Well, that's going to be a problem, and that is the worry. Also, is if you're running refineries at near capacity, and they skipped a lot of that maintenance in the spring because we needed it. So you risk a major problem with one of those refineries. And some of them are, yes, going to have to do maintenance in the fall because they have skipped maintenance in the spring. And so that is going to be another problem for the president during midterms, because I think we're still going to see very elevated gasoline prices, even if we do see lower oil prices.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we have about a minute left or so. Craig, you get the final word. What should our traders be thinking about this morning going into the bell?
Yeah, let's get through this 8:30. I'll post any information that comes in the chat while you guys are doing that interview. But after that, services ISM will be important too, because it'll give us a read for payrolls on Friday. But for me, what stops the equity market momentum is higher yields and higher yields at the long end, and in a more of a disorderly way. And so if the economic data doesn't really support that, let's say if we get some weakness in the data, I think equities are going to be fine. But on the margin, if we start to see, more evidence of a hot labor market and inflation, I think the bond market's not going to like it. I think we'll see yields higher, and that's how you would slow down this equity momentum at this point, I think.
Got it. Makes total sense. Craig, appreciate you as usual. We will see you in a couple of minutes in the chat. I am going to do a quick edge report, and we'll be back with our special guest. All right. I want to pop up 30-year Treasury bonds really quickly here, and then we're going to talk about gold today. So the 30-year, we've had about 3 days of green candles, right? We're kind of moving back up into that plus 110 handle, which we talked about. We're in the rotation zone, though, man. We're between the 8 and the 21 EMA right now, just kind of sitting almost in the middle there. No major milestones in the middle there, but we'll see. This is kind of a nice kind of run up, but not as high as we thought. Previous week's highs was 110 in 31 seconds. So that's kind of the top of what I would consider resistance level right now. And I'd like to see a candle close above there to alleviate some of Craig Shapiro's fears here. But right now it's just kind of slow tracking with a baby candle so far. RSI is kind of, it's kind of moving up nicely as well. But remember, bond prices up, yields down. This might be good for gold, which we'll see in a second. Let's go to intraday here real quickly here. On my 15, I have a 15-minute chart up today. How did that happen? Let's check it out. Really nice point of control, relatively tight range so far, high to low. Not anything exciting happened overnight. It was kind of a slow overnight until 10 o'clock at night. Then we had a little bit of a pop up, not a lot, but a little bit. A VWAP now is kind of going sideways right now, and that's at a 110.06 handle, and point of control is a little bit above there. So probably a little bit of price happiness today. I don't expect a huge move one way or the other, but Craig is warning us about that 830 number, so we'll keep an eye on the 30-year Treasury bonds as we go forward. R1 is going to be a target up at the top here at 110.16 30 seconds, and then above that, we have R2 at 111.01.
R2!
Let's shoot over to gold real quick. Where's my gold chart? December gold, 98,000 contracts traded so far, 164,000 in the micros, and 38,000 in the 1 ounce. Remember, there's a 1 ounce gold contract as well. Gold, this is the market of the morning for me, man. Gold, silver, but gold in particular. We took out this July 6th swing high at 42.15 and a half. That kind of defined the top of this consolidation channel that we've been looking at really ever since June 19th. So this is a pretty big breakout to the upside right now. We're trading at 42.69.4, up $116.60 on the session. The bottom of that consolidation is getting further and further away. I'm going to tag that just south of that 4,000 level where we're seeing buyers coming in on a regular basis for gold. Our size kind of sloping up nicely as well, almost to $60. I don't see any divergence there. It looks pretty standard as it should. Intraday, it was interesting because I was up last night watching this thing, and the Asian initial balance, nothing happened. It was sideways, a bunch of baby candles, no trend, kind of tight, and then all of a sudden we started creeping up. Well, I finally went to bed. Taking out previous sessions highs here. That's that green line. That's it. It was 41.63 and a half, and then boom. Once we took that out, look at that. Look at how important these levels are. Previous sessions highs, previous sessions lows. As soon as we took that out, it was off to the races, man. And then buyers just jumped on the bandwagon and kept pushing us higher and higher. And whether it's regarding, due to falling treasury yields, technical breakouts certainly apply here. But there's Asian activity that kind of kicked in. Maybe some short covering, who knows? But in any event, we ended up with a decent point of control here, which is kind of toward the lower end of the London initial balance at 42.24.01. So we'll see how these volume nodes develop as the day goes on. But we broke below and above the London IB, so we have a double break of that IB. We'll see what happens with the US IB. We're taking out R3, which means we don't have a lot of targets to think about on the chart. So I added a fib extension right now. And you can see it on the right-hand side of my screen, right? That 50% is at 42.67.5, and that 61.8%, which is really my next target up, is at 42.81.2. Should this thing continue to go up, and we know it could continue to go up, right? Anything could happen. But right now, it's looking super bullish right now. And even VWAP, the session VWAP is really angling up sharply now going into the U.S. Open. My commodity channel index is at 244. That's pretty strong positive momentum to the upside on gold futures. So this is the market of the day. We are going to keep our eye on that. And that is this morning's Edge Report. Let's get back to Shy. Tracy, I know my name now. I know who I am. I know my title.
Phew. All right.
So we got some great guests today, though. Yeah. Let's take a peek of our what guests we have up coming up today. All right, we have Shubham Garg from White Tundra. Can't wait to get him in here in a second. We'll do a more proper introduction. Pharm is going to be with us on Tape Talk. Kane and Leo are doing double duty today. They're going to be doing Prop Talk as well as Trading the Open, and they will be joined by XYZ, Nick, and Stowe for Midday Markets. Trading the Close is Jack, Selma, and Tanya. So we have another great day today. A lot of stuff happening on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Shai, let's do a proper introduction of our special guest.
All right, we have Shubham Garg. He is chairman of Prospera Energy. It's a Calgary-based heavy oil producer. It does trade on the TSX. He is a petroleum engineer, and he's also the founder of White Tundra Investments, which is an investment and research platform on energy. So if we're going to talk the nitty-gritty about energy, we got the right person today.
Awesome. Well, let's get him in here. Good morning. How are you?
Good, Jim. Exciting times in oil markets. We had 5 months of interesting times, so I think the fireworks continue.
Yes, for sure. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for being on the show. I was reading through Prospera's Energy's info and all the stuff that you guys are doing up in Canada. It's super fascinating. But if we could level set for our listeners, because we do trade a lot of WTI light sweet crude, and I know that your focus might be a little bit more on Western Canadian Select. Could you kind of explain a little bit of the difference?
Yeah, you bet. This has been something that's been about 5 to 10 years in the making. We've seen WCS over the last 10 years has traded quite a bit below WTI levels, both due to egress issues, due to lack of product quality, and of course the transportation required to get that down to the U.S. Gulf Coast and to the Midwest refineries. But what's happened sort of over the last 3 or 4 years is you've had the Enbridge Line 3 replaced, coming down to the States. You've had the Trans Mountain expansion going out west to the west coast of Canada, where now we're shipping barrels to South Korea, to Japan, to China. And you're seeing that differential really start to come in. So, we've got the light sweet crude that's mostly exported out from the Gulf Coast, globally, making more so into the gasoline. We've got the heavy barrels up here that's more for the diesel, jet fuel, fuel oils, and some of the asphalt required for the world. So we're seeing a lot more interest in the heavy oil market now, not just because of the Canadian barrels are trading at a really good price, but you see the Iraqi heavy barrels are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. So you're seeing this sort of duality, all the meanwhile, Venezuela, sort of your trump card, if you will, that's slowly adding barrels, but not anywhere close to the Iraqi loss or the barrels required by the world. As we can see, the diesel crack spreads have gone absolutely through the roof in this current environment.
Yeah.
And since you brought up the Strait of Hormuz, everybody wants to know. In fact, we had someone in our chat was asking, and of course, every oil trader is kind of scratching their head right now. The Strait of Hormuz has been effectively shut for the last 5 months. Now we have problems in the Red Sea with the Houthis. And Saudi Arabia is having to take the longer route around Africa. That's going to add days and costs to crude oil prices. And then we have everybody saying they want to replenish their SPR, and some countries even saying they want a gasoline and diesel SPR. And yet we're sitting here at $75 a barrel, at least WTI 80 and Brent. And people are wondering why.
Yeah, I think that's the multi-trillion-dollar question, if you will, that everybody's asking. And I think, it's important to know the oil market is a just-in-time type of market. We have gasoline available right as we need it. Refineries have crude as they need it. But there was and there still is flex in the system, right? Like there's people that can run their vehicles for another 3 or 4 days before they fill up if they're willing to run that a little bit lower. People can run their heating oil in their home a little bit lower. Refineries can run, instead of 10 days of stock, they can run 5 days of stock. So there is flex in the system that comes in. And when you've got such big political reasons to keep crude low, these are the kinds of stocks that get reduced. So, you see, like, for example, German heating oil refill for this winter is at a multi-decade low. You're seeing people hold less gasoline in their personal vehicles. You're seeing the US commercial crude at, a decade low. Meanwhile, the SPR continues to drop. So I think the world is going to continue to try and keep this down, especially from the American side. And you're just going to get the slow grind up because we are losing physical barrels. That is not of any point of contention. We are losing 6, 7, 8, 9 million barrels a day, whether that shows up through SPR, whether that shows up through commercial crude in transit, floating storage, or on the product side of things, where you see crack spreads are at record highs and sort of continue to rise globally, especially with some of the Russian refining issues going on. I think you're just going to continue to see a slow grind up. And the world has decided, look, we don't want to keep spare inventory of anything related to the most important commodity on this planet, which is oil. And so we kind of got to go through this process. It doesn't just apply to inventories. It applies to the number of drilling locations in the Permian. It applies to the number of drilled uncompleted wells in the Permian. That's at record lows. You're seeing less and less exploration, less and less fields that can be developed, that are available to the marginal supplier, and that's just going to continue. And I think we're going to end up in a world where we are just in time, and any supply shock at that point in time results in these way more volatile spikes. And I think investors need to be careful of that. This is a trading market, but it's also an investing market for the longer term. I think expecting the kinds of returns that some of these E&Ps made during 2021 or 2022, I think is just not going to happen. But you can still generate exceptional returns both on the large cap and on some of the more junior producers that have specific edge cases. Because it's not just that WTI has been going up, it's that oil and gas companies are trading at some of the lowest multiples they have, when you look at the last 15 or 20 years. So it's important to take some of these things into account. But I do think looking at the price tape every day can be one of the most frustrating exercises. So looking at it a bit more zoomed out, and sort of watching how many ships are being sank. Pretty wild times to say, okay, the Houthis sank an oil tanker and yet oil was down $5. So I think we're all in the same boat here from a oil investor standpoint.
So from Prospera's energy point of view, I mean, how do you plan, your primary thing is, right, increasing production from legacy fields, I think, as I read, but how could you plan around this kind of, these high crack spreads and these crazy price movements?
Yeah, I think so. So we came into Prospera as an investor group, and what we'd identified was that the Canadian market was left for dead. There was not capital availability. There was undercapitalized assets. There was assets that were unloved, and sort of sitting here, compared to the States, in Houston, you've got a farmer with his 6-year-old son in the back of the truck pulling rods and getting wells online. That whole concept doesn't exist up here. So you get these really, really mispriced, skewed risk-reward opportunities that we ended up investing in. And the first thing was geology. You can't change Mother Nature. You can't change the rock. So we invested in very, very high quality geology with low recovery factors and looked at it as a multi-year investment over a period of time. So get your wells online. Our main focus is looking at wells that have been down for over 20 years. So old vertical wells with new technology watch them carefully, monitor them carefully, and just sort of keep adding barrels on a cheaper basis. That'll produce for the next 10, 20, 30 years. You don't exactly know when that bull market's going to come. You don't exactly know when you get that 6 months of $120 oil, but it is coming, given the way that we're going with the lack of inventories, with the lack of insurance policies. Those types of situations will come, and it's important to have not just the base production, but the ability to ramp up into those kinds of spreads, which is what we're targeting. And we like heavy oil because of its low decline nature. So although we get $10 a barrel less than some of the lighter oils, we get a very, very low decline rate, meaning we don't need to put in capital, all the time in order to keep production flat. And I think that's the just a juxtaposition of where the U.S. shale industry sits, where they're suffering from massive decline rates, and you're sort of taking whatever price you get today, rather than being able to sort of take advantage of some of these longer term pricing, because it will still take time. If you go back and look, no oil sort of bull market just happened overnight. Yet, yes, there were spikes. Yes, there was massive increases, but that bull market has always been a slow grind up, with zigs and zags, eventually ending to higher highs and higher lows.
And then when we look at U.S. shale, I know a lot of people thought that because of the rapid decline rates and because of kind of less capex, right? Because oil companies here kind of want to retain their investor base, and so there's been a lot of capital discipline. So many thought that we would have seen a production decline kind of a couple years ago starting. Where are we at right now? And, what is the composition of that? Because it seems like they've added a lot of NGLs to the petroleum count.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is a pretty interesting point. The actual structural oil bull market in my mind requires two things to happen. You need OPEC solidarity. You need them to still have control of the market to respond, and you need U.S. shale to start declining. And I think the second point there hasn't quite happened, but it's underway in the sense of, at $100 oil, could U.S. shale today add 1 million barrels per day per year of production? And the answer is no. So the same thing that they were adding in a $40 or $50 market in 2017, 18, 19 is no longer on the table. And I think it will take time for the market to understand that, to realize that. Unfortunately, the oil markets have become very much a specialist game. It isn't very well known across the analyst space how to look at oil markets. So I think you're gonna continue to see that slow and steady realization of it. At the same time, you're seeing interesting dynamics happen within the U.S. Permian. You're seeing some of the producers like Vital, like High Peak, start to really decline, whereas Exxon and even maybe Diamondback is taking on some of the growth wedges there. The same thing you can say for some of the counties. So Lee County and Eddy County are still sort of flatline growing. You're seeing Reeves and sort of southern Delaware starting to rise still a little bit, but then the Midland, and Martin counties and Howard counties are starting to decline. So it's really not just a Permian overall game. It's about tracking the counties, in particular, tracking which companies are operating there. And I think, again, it's going to be a slow grind up. Many oil bulls, myself included, believe that, yes, we would see a bigger decline by now. But I think the oil industry is just being very, very entrepreneurial and coming up with small ways to keep production moving. But I think what's important to note is that even at higher oil prices now, you're not going to see this massive ramp up, which is what some investors wanted to see before they got into the space. Because as soon as oil price rose between 2014 and 2023, American shale just ramped up, and you ended up getting not really the full true bull market. And so investors will slowly track that. They will watch that over time, and I think that's again a slow moving sort of train wreck for the global world that they haven't really been paying attention to.
So we have about a minute and a half left, and I just wanted, this conflict in the Middle East. It just is dominating, the news cycle for sure. It doesn't seem like we'll never revert back to the way we were, so to speak. And you're suggesting a slow grind up. Is there ever a point where, okay, there's peace and love in the Middle East, and then we're going to have a kind of a normalization of supply and demand, and prices are going to stop grinding up?
Yeah, so I think that really depends on what the peace and love is, right? If it's one ship getting blown up every 30 days, well, that's still not the peace and love that we need for full resumption of global trade and economy. So I think what you're going to see is where do we end up? I think that's the question I ask: is after everything is good, everybody's hugged it out, where do we sit in terms of global oil supply demand? If we sit in a multi-million barrel per day oversupply, well, price is going to stop grinding up because inventories are going to start building, and that will slowly permeate through crude, then products, then into whatever else. But if we end up in a place where after the conflict ends, which again we don't know where it ends, and where the inventory levels sit when the conflict ends, if we're still in an undersupply or at least neutral, you're going to see prices just continue to grind up to try to get demand destruction, to try to get supply to come online. And therein lies the crux, is that supply is not coming online. It's not a matter of price anymore. It's a matter of just inability to produce barrels. And whereas demand is basically flat to rising 1% every year, and the only real big buffer here was China that saved us. And truthfully, a lot of people did not see that coming. So it'll be interesting to see how that ends up panning out. But right now, we're still in a grind up phase. Watch the inventories. I think that's the biggest thing. As long as inventories continue to decline, you can justify higher highs and higher lows for the foreseeable future.
Awesome. Great intel. Really appreciate you being here live with us on NinjaTrader Live. Shubham, thank you so much. Hopefully we could talk to you again in the near future.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Tracy, his backstory is so awesome. I was up hours last night reading about all this stuff.
And he knows his stuff.
I know. You learn more about what's going on up in Canada. It's really, very, very vitally important, right? We kind of shrug it off and talk about the Middle East all the time, but this was really good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to understand, Canada is our largest import, and we import a lot of oil from them. So it behooves us to keep that relationship in a good place, at least for the oil companies, because again, like he mentioned, we need that heavy oil for diesel, which makes everything go round, right? So
yeah. Very awesome, man. In any event, Shai, thank you. Great start this morning, and we will see you in the chat.
All right.
All right. It's time for Tape Talk. Here is the man, the myth, the legend, live from somewhere in the desert. We have Pharm with us this morning. Good morning, man.
Morning, Jimmy Cags. Morning, Chad. How are we doing?
Pretty good. We have some major lightning storms here on the island right now. So if I disappear, you know why.
Fair enough. Yeah, I had my fair share of boomer tech issues this morning as well. Lighting's a little messed up. Looks like night shot on those old video cameras from like the 90s. You know what I'm talking about. You probably did some work with that.
Yeah. You still are beautiful, man. You're still coming through strong, man. You're good.
Appreciate that.
Anyway, dude, all-time highs, maybe kind of in some markets. Even the S&P incredibly strong. Russell not too far behind, and then Nancy trying to catch up, man. What's your make of what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a wild few days. It feels a lot like April, right? And I think I mentioned that over the weekend. On Sunday, we just ripped right back through this range, which isn't a huge surprise, I suppose, but it's been pretty ferocious. And yesterday was particularly special. ES had 8 sets of singles in a row to start the day. One of my members looked it up, and that hadn't happened in 20 years, something like that. I don't think we ended framing higher on the 30 until the last 30 minutes of the day. So pretty wild day, but you should see that actually. I mean, to some extent on a breakout, right? We get a break to new all-time highs. There should be acceleration. That's exactly what it should look like. So I guess it's not really a surprise. that it was so kind of sloppy and thin yesterday. But man, they really squeezed them yesterday. A lot of call sellers just got completely yoked. So pretty exciting times. And you're right, it's going to be all about NQ, I think, and what it does here in the next few hundred handles, really.
Yeah, no, I know. I just watched yesterday's action was, it was very clear very early that this was a trend day up. There is going to be very limited, if no opportunities to get short, and just fasten your seatbelt and go with the flow.
And little or no opportunity to get long too, right? I mean, it's just they didn't let you in yesterday. It was definitely a solid lockout rally. But I'll come back to that, I guess, in just a minute, because I think it warrants looking at NQ. Yes, like there's nothing to talk about, right? Like if this break to new highs sustains, big picture, there's nothing to do but hold long until you get some kind of multi-day balance. I mean, at some point, it's going to find some balance here. Bigger picture targets for me are 79.20. This kind of 77.75 was sort of a stopping point. For me, it stopped for like a second. I think you got a generational dip buy of like 3 or 4 handles or something off there, maybe. But it's going to be all about NQ, right? So we talked about strength back above these 400s. Was at least coming back to these 29,369s, and this 30,069 to 3269 is really kind of my major target. Certainly now that we've reclaimed the 29,269 to 369, right? So we're pretty close to that, and this is a huge decision point for me. I mean, basically above there, 30,000, call it 269 roughly. Like it's going to go. I mean, it's going to do what ES did most likely.
Yeah, but I mean, Pharm, how many days in a row, or weeks in a row, months in a row, have we been talking about this 30,000 level, just kind of being price happiness and everything's sticking?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big spot. I mean, if this is going to stop, it's going to be right around this kind of 30,069 to 100. And even then, like, what does it do? Does it just come down and make a higher low back above, 29,269, 369 or so? So that's fine. I mean, hell, it could afford to come all the way back down, really. I mean, in theory. But I mean, again, you see the power of these range reclaims, and that's why it's so difficult. And I think what I said Sunday is like, I mean, sellers have a ton of room to defend a lower high, but they did in April too, right? So you have to respect these range reclaims because they can be absolutely ferocious, do exactly what it did, come all the way back across to the other side, and that's what we're seeing. So like, you draw your trend lines and all these resistances, and then you redraw them right the next day when they don't work. But I mean, it'll just blow right through them. So like, there's no reason to step in front of this because guess what has to happen for a lower high to form? Well, you have to have a multi-day balance. And then that multi-day balance has to break to the downside, right? So a lot of people stand in front of these moves. And if you didn't learn your lesson in April, you've learned it now. It's just very dangerous, this kind of a move. I mean, not every move is the same, right? If we had a lower high below 28.2s, then I mean, sell the damn thing, right? But we did not. I mean, you got a little one right here and we went a little bit lower. So that's kind of the big picture to me. It's going to be all about these like you said, like this 30,000 range.
Real quick though, when do we know we're in a multi-day balance? I mean, what levels? What has to happen?
Yeah, I mean, you got to take out a prior day low at least, and not have it bullish engulf in your face, right? So to me, you bring the daily to balance when you take out a prior day low. That's standard, right? But I mean, to me, if it bullish engulfs, then you're not balancing, right? You're still trending. So you at least have to take out a prior day low, have some continuation, and form some kind of. You'll see some kind of a box form around there with those, whether it's 3 days or 4 days or whatever. So like first and foremost, let's take out a prior day low, and we can see that like. Nothing like that is happening. Like even talking about it has been made illegal. I don't know if you know that, but I got a call yesterday. I talked about, I had like these trading lower scenarios in my plan. They have been completely stricken. I cannot include those anymore because price only goes up. But we're going to find out if that holds true today pretty quick here, I think. Really, again, this 30,069 to 3,100, maybe up into 269. So this is it. Yes, as in price discovery, again, there's just not a whole lot to do there other than plan to buy dips. I'll get a little bit more granular about where you could say, okay, we're going to probably find balance here because you can have some subtle clues early. And so for NQ, I mean, if you give back this 740 to 769 and offer it, then, maybe you clean up some structure from yesterday, but I mean, yesterday's lows kind of down in the basement here, right? So until or unless we take out a prior day low, buyers are just going to step in on any kind of dip that would then look to me like some kind of structure repair mission. I actually wouldn't mind buying this 540 to 569 range if we did get a dip. And on ES, that's not my 30-minute. There's my 30-minute. 77.60 basically, right? So if we get a peak below 60, I think that would be okay. If it reclaims 60 to just call it 60, I think it's fine. These were old weekly levels that I had to scramble because, by the way, we're like 2.5 times the weekly expected move on both indices, I think. Maybe not quite 2.5 on NQ, but I mean like 2.5 on ES. So like this is an insane move. So it's hard to want to like be chasing along up here, but at the same time, like how are you going to short it, right? So under 77.60s, then you probably clean up some of the structure. How much? We'll see, right? But it's going to have to find some place to pause and fill in volume. And that's a big if, right? I mean, 77.60, I mean, that's 40 handles from here. Like that's like a level 3 circuit halt from here. I mean, that's not going to happen, right? But that's your risk. NQ, maybe a little bit more realistic to offer these 77.40. So we'll see if we get that. And again, that's gonna be short-term balance. Like we're talking about like 30-minute time frame. I mean, again, we've got pretty clearly a nice range of consolidation here on NQ. If we give that back, we'll talk, but you still have to take out a prior day's low to have any kind of a multi-day balance for this to mean a whole lot. But I definitely would be very, very careful. If I were heavily long tech names, which I'm not, but if I were heavily long tech names, I'd be looking to hedge here probably. And then you just peel it off if it bids through this kind of 30, just call it 30,300 if you want. But I like 269, of course, is a better level. So short time frames. Basically, just what I said here. You can see, again, primary distribution from yesterday, where that a little bit top heavy on the profile. So if you offer that, again, I would be careful of like, a quick peak below this kind of 77.60 spot that reclaims, that comes back up. I mean, sellers taking it below an overnight low. I mean, that's going to be like your first clue that, okay, maybe we're going to try to find some short-term balance. And then those 60s. But I would just be careful on the short side still. I mean, anything's a rental until we've taken out a prior day low, at least found some kind of more meaningful balance. And I would be prepared to flip long. As of now, it looks like we're going to open on potentially a true gap up right above yesterday's high. We still have 34 minutes, and it does seem like wild things tend to happen usually once we get off in the morning. So if we do open on a true gap up, if yesterday's high broadly holds, 83, 87 weekly level works for that, then you're looking for retests of the overnight high, and then it's just trend continuation, right? So in order to sort of pause this trend, we at least have to give back a prior area of volume, right? So give this back, offer it, and then we can be short at least on a short time frame basis. But if we just gap up and go, then what are we talking about? Again, trading lower scenarios have been made illegal. So those are the big spots. Yesterday's high, 77.60.
Going back to the ES for a second, I mean, this is the 5th day of a green candle, right? And we're up 33, 34 points, but it's a baby candle compared to the other 4 days. Do you read into that at all? Like, all right, so we're up today, but it's not as aggressive as it was the last 4 days. Maybe things are slowing down.
I mean, I think sometimes, right? I think within the context of being like quite literally more than double the weekly expected move, I think you have to like give that some consideration, right? It's just a tough spot, right? Because selling this has been impossible. Again, getting in long yesterday was impossible. But I mean, you're so far past the expected move, it's tough to want to be long. But then against that, you're in price discovery. So, I mean, none of that shit matters, right? So, we'll see. Again, below the overnight low, that would be like your first clue that like maybe we're going to pause for a moment here. Really going to be all about these 77.60s. And again, I would still like any kind of failed push through here that reclaims. I'm just going to take it long and go. So those are your two key spots. And I don't think you need anything else on ES because there's nothing to do other than be long. Up here in these 7800s range of 7803 to 7. I think there could be some key like Gamma Banana Vanna on SPY up there, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Somebody mentioned, I don't care. But it's a decent spot to consider a pause. I still think it's going to you just got to watch NQ if you're trading ES because, again, big spot here. You can see we've put in quite a fair amount of volume here, right? So absent a break higher with continuation, it starts to look like maybe some profit taking is coming in. You offer these 740s to 769, you get a structural repair mission, at least for some of yesterday's mess. And again, I still feel like this 540 to 569, we previously put in, I think it was a weekly high volume node in between this 540 to 569 and 740 to 769. So building out volume here on some kind of a short-term pause would be okay. So we could see two-way trading here in between these two levels here. It wasn't really implied by yesterday's profile, but we could see that if we're offering 740, 769. So you can take an opportunistic short. I hate taking breakout short or breakdown shorts and after some kind of a rampant up trend. But again, I think NQ, you're a little bit safer doing that than for ES. But same type of thing. You get some kind of a failed push through these overnight lows. This 803 spot's been pretty important. I would love to see we just came into this weekly level right after the bell. This 761 spot. Sweep that out, reclaim this 803-ish area, and I'm taking it long. Again, I'm still looking mostly to get this 30069 as a major target on that full kind of range traverse from the big picture chart. But like, I'm not going to be, an asshole for 100 handles or 70 handles after a gazillion, right? So, big spot, big test, all eyes on NQ, I think, for today to see what it does, because if this thing's going to stop and pause at least to form some kind of a daily high or low, it's going to come from this area.
Got it. Well, great intel as usual. Pharm, appreciate you being here with us on NinjaTrader Live and Tape Talk this morning. Great stuff. If you're not following Pharm, follow him on X. We'll put the X handle in the chat. It's amusing if nothing else, but I definitely think it's a great feed. So thank you for doing that as well. And it's time, Pharm, for us to hand the reins over to a couple of young studs here for prop talk and trade the open. We have Leo and Kane.
Take care, Jimmy.
Damn, no Jim today. How sad. He doesn't like us, Leo.
It's just we went straight to us.
Went straight to us, yeah.
Can't be bothered to get delied. Jim can't even be bothered to speak to us. It is what it is. Good morning.
Well, I'm here and you're here. So,
I'm here.
Yeah. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Well rested. The market is looking very bullish. And, we're here to talk about prop.
We are. Always, every Wednesday, Okay, where do I start? Pretty boring week all around. Full transparency. I think the most exciting thing that's happened in the markets this week is actually the markets, the 3% day yesterday. But I will bring you the news that does exist. I apologize, it's pretty light. But Funny Next put its payout numbers on the table last week. Everyone's trying to rustle their way to the spot of being more transparent about how much they're paying out. So that was something that they did. They did just over $1 million. So in a single week, which obviously works out to be roughly about 4 to 5-ish on a monthly basis. They peak some weeks and they have lower weeks the next. Apex has paid out more than $30 million last month. There's a theme here. Everyone's kind of bragging about payouts right now. Sticking with Apex, actually the big news for them this week is all the NinjaTrader prop and TraderVate prop features that everyone's, I guess, grown to love, and some people, no matter how much you give them, they'll complain about it. That's fine. They're now live on Apex, so the daily lockout, the advanced risk controls, market replay, all that stuff that wasn't necessarily included before, it's now all included. So if you are trading with Apex, or you have an Apex account, or you're thinking about it, and that was the thing holding you back, then you can do that, because they're in there now. And then two things about new plans. Futures Elite, I've been covering those because they're a firm I've been working closer with. They launched a new plan called the Nitro plan, which is a daily payout plan. We covered obviously last week that Lucid launched theirs. Again, just a theme. I think everyone's just trying to offer daily payout plans and brag about how much they are or aren't paying out, just so that they can't be seen to not be doing the things that the big dogs are doing. So ultimately, everyone's kind of trying to compete for that top step, that take profit trader market for the daily payouts. And last but not least, I think the biggest change actually that I'm probably more excited about than anything else is my Fund of Futures are going to launch their daily payout plan, which they call Rapid, but their end of day version. So they have an intraday version right now, and I think a lot of people have it intraday because the ability to earn quite a bit of money in a single day is absurd. So I think that they're probably either going to be expensive or they're going to have some hidden rules. Matt Leach, the CEO, has already hinted that it'll either be a massive success or it'll be a massive flop. He doesn't anticipate anything in the middle, and there's no DLL. So I'm kind of confused as to what it could be. But we'll see. That's kind of it, really. It's been a bit of a quiet week from a prop perspective. We had an exciting month last month. So yeah, anything from the tech side from you?
No, we are still still testing and giving feedback on the new web refresh for NinjaTrader Tradeovate. So that is still on the roadmap, still coming out. I think we gave it preview a couple of weeks ago, and I think it's going to be a good thing for it's a new look and feel, and then there's obviously the TradingView integration, which is really nice. So I think that it's not going to be perfect day one. It never is. No software is going to be absolutely hitting it out of the park on day one, but this is a big upgrade that is coming. So look forward to that. And that's pretty much it for me.
Yeah, like I said, pretty light. What do you think of the market?
I mean, we have gone straight up since the low right here, 27,202. I'm pretty sure Delhi is still long NQ or MNQ. I think he was talking about getting long a swing here if we made a low on that FOMC day. So I hope he's still long. I don't know if he got washed out or not, but yeah, I mean, ES all-time highs or close to it. I haven't looked at the actual ES chart, but they were saying that we're close to all-time highs. So I'm thinking, hey, there's strength in the ES, and it's going to help NQ. There's a bit of prior resistance here around 30,100. We've tapped the level, 3 times now and seen resistance from that spot. I'd be surprised if that holds again, but I will be watching that area for sellers to engage potentially. But I guess it's summer. The summer doldrums bullishness is here.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take.
Yeah, I mean, normally it's as soon as they broke off that low at the start of the week, for me, it was just, yeah, it was game set match. And since then, it's just been no looking back. It's typically a market I do pretty bad in when we break off of a good low like that, unless I'm in it from a low. There wasn't really anywhere for me to get long, actually, most of last week. It basically any day, and I think the only day that made sense was Thursday, and we had that big break to the upside. I get the balance in the middle, and then we break straight out of it. So, yeah, I think I don't have any business engaging with it up here. Naturally, I will probably look to engage on a long-term short basis for some sort of meaningful pullback. But actually, intraday, I would really like a good reason to get long. But I just don't know how good of a reason that will be, So we will
Looks like
see.
Delhi bought QQQ because he's a wimp now. No futures for him. I don't know what to say, Delhi. That's kind of disappointing, honestly.
No comment, I guess. No comment.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment. New glasses. The new glasses did arrive, but they're not. I'm currently wearing them to see what they feel like. They feel a bit flimsy right now. I think they almost need to be a bit thicker, and a bit sturdier. But everyone I've had wear them so far says they're nice. But these are the green. These are like the green version. Um, just
I'm
all
still
green.
waiting for mine, bro. What the
Well,
hell?
they arrived yesterday, so chill. I will send you them. I'll send them.
You haven't even asked for my address yet. So how are you going to send them?
True. I'll ask. Send it to me right now.
Bet.
Nice. I'm back to glitching again. Am I?
The glitch is back.
Oh. Well, I have no idea why, in all honesty. Because the camera is off and actually the computer needs restarting. That's the one thing actually that does need to happen. So maybe I'll do that tonight. But yeah, the market. I actually tried to buy it earlier this morning at like 5 o'clock, this reoffer, but I actually just completely missed it, looked away, and that was it. In case you missed it, they're actually that's so funny.
I didn't miss that, by the way.
No, I didn't miss it either.
I'm not even acknowledging it, Deli.
That's so funny. Anyway.
He's going to do that for as long as I come on the show with a hat on.
Maybe. Are you going to cave to peer pressure like that?
I don't know. He's putting me in a weird spot. Now I have to come on the show with a hat just out of protest. I have to carry my sword now.
I didn't have you down as someone that did that would do that.
I would do what? Out of spite? I'll wear a hat out of spite now.
Yeah, do it just because you feel like you're forced to do it.
Yeah, I'm forced to. I have no other choice. He's leaving me choiceless.
Choiceless.
That's how you close a sunglasses deal, Leo. Well done. This could have legs. Oh my God. I'm going to show up in Chicago with a bald mask on or whatever. Like a fake bald thing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm intrigued. I'm actually intrigued as to what that would look like, other than obviously you're already seeing it on the video that Deli uploaded to Instagram.
Somebody sent me a link to that video and I wanted to die inside.
Oh, really? Someone's already got onto it?
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
There's a war. I think we're at war, Deli. That's the truth. All right. Kane, this is a good question. Just not prop news, but it's a topic I think a lot of people are curious about.
Sure.
What type of prop plan and risk would you do now for your first payout if you were, I guess, just starting brand new?
If you had 1K to blow, he follows up with.
Ooh.
I think
different phrasing there.
I think that is the wrong mentality, like from the way I think about it. I think actually I will take away from what Deli and Brett were speaking about, I believe. I think it was Deli and Brett. It's just that like most people trade 50Ks. That's the fact. They're the most attractive to a lot of people. And I think that the simple fact is more or less nobody has any business trading a 50K account with like 2K drawdown trading minis, because during New York, that can happen in seconds. So I think that most people should probably just try and, risk a very healthy amount, a couple of $100 on an account, give yourself as many lives as possible where you still feel like, oh, it's a good amount of risk so that you're still interested in the trade. But in terms of like actual plan, okay, I could sit here and say, you can game prop and do whatever, but actually you're only ever going to set yourself up for failure there. Like if if you what's it called? If you don't try and do the things, sorry, my fire alarm is going off. I'm just gonna shut my door. It's actually just broken.
You're just gonna have it run. Like, oh, the fire alarm's going off. Let me shut the door instead of fixing the fire alarm.
Yeah, it's actually we've got someone coming out to fix it today and tomorrow. So,
so you were saying,
yeah, sorry. So, you basically just have to build the right habits in prop that mean, when you do graduate from prop to the live market, because ultimately a lot of people should want to do that, you still have the right behaviors that you've been working on. I think a lot of people just realize you can trade 5 prop accounts, trade 2-3 micros across 30 accounts and make 50K. Sure, great. But when you suddenly convert to one live account and those suddenly aren't 30K a month, it's more like, $300-400. A lot of people get disheartened and they risk more, and then they go on this spiral. So I think that the more people treat it as like a career and you want to stay in the game, then it's better than trying to game the system. Because I think a lot of people are like, how would you conquer prop right now?
props are a gateway to trading your own capital. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. They can also help you get capital to trade with via the prop too. There's a lot of ways to skin that cat. And I think there's, valuable ways prop firms are, play. There's a valuable role they play in the industry, and then there's a valuable role that just putting your own money in a brokerage account can play too. It just depends on your personal financial situation. If you can drop $20,000 or $30,000 in your own brokerage account, 10,000, 20, just and start trading and be willing to, lose money as a new trader with that. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is through prop. I mean, there's no wrong path for getting up and running with trading. There's a lot of different routes to that journey.
Yeah.
Rumo is now short NQ 939. Well, that was about 4 minutes ago. What do I think about nanos coming out? I think it's a little excessive. I think the commissions, the actual trading costs of those will be difficult to justify trading them. The caveat being, if you wanted to build up a position on a swing basis, I think that's where nanos could be a valuable tool. But then again, you're not talking about intraday trading. You're talking about, holding positions for, days, weeks, months.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I would say this, right? I've seen so many people already on smoke this morning. Look, if you don't want to trade prop, don't trade prop. Like, go deposit $40,000 of your own money to your own brokerage. I know how that ends. So, I don't want people to lose money. The large statistics are that a lot of people do lose money, and I'd rather you lose money in a much slower way with the likelihood of being able to bring it out, you know, because, I know so many people that have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars thinking that they're traders, depositing money to a brokerage account and blowing up because they don't have the right risk controls, So I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to just tell you what I think is best. And if you don't agree with that, then that's okay. But I really don't care. That's my honest opinion.
Everyone's
Yeah.
going to have an opinion on something that is in their industry, you know? Like if you are a plumber, I'm sure there's like opinions you have about plumbing. Same thing with trading, you know? Everyone's going to have an opinion, how to trade, how to chart, what charts to use, what time frames to use. It's all, opinion, experience, personality, personal. There's no right or wrong way to find your path as a trader, and that's the ultimate truth. What tick compression do you have on the leg to leg delta? For the streams, I use a 15, just because I can't, I can't expand the chart too much because I like to try to keep the whole thing in view. And so my monitor is much taller than what I can share on the stream. And so I had to condense it down quite a bit. But for my personal trading off stream, it's a 10 to 12 tick compression. If you don't have a way to use, so that's a good take, Fish. It's, if you have a way to use it for your benefit, great. You go figure it out in a different way. I think Kane fell asleep, chat.
How much have I made on commissions? From what? From selling prop? It's a decent amount, I can't lie. It's still nothing compared to what I made from trading. It's actually not even like a tenth. In fact, the amount of money that I've made in commissions from affiliate and prop isn't even a quarter of what I have made from Apex payout alone. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously a whole conspiracy theory that didn't even do that. So,
Wait, there is?
oh yeah, I mean, I've heard all of this one, to be honest. Look, ultimately, look, I'm past preaching to the converted, yeah, to the people that want to be converted. I have a vested interest in onboarding folks, just to be clear. If I didn't make another dollar from affiliate and prop from today, my life would be completely indifferent. I'm not making boat or PJ money from prop affiliates. Let me tell you that. I can't say the same for everyone, but you know, I think I did more for prop when I traded prop than I ever did from being Kane the affiliate prop. I think more people got into prop after they saw the news of me making $2.2 million over any tweet that I've ever posted about a sale. And I had no vested interest then, But yeah, then why not give it up? So Like I said, look, I've just straight up, I'll tell you all. If you think prop is a scam, go deposit whatever you would spend on prop into your own personal brokerage, trade 1 to 2 micros, and like that's cool. Like I'm fully on board with that. I know that 99.9% of people do not want to grow from 1 micro to 1 mini over the space of years by depositing 70, let's just even say 5 accounts, $500 into your personal brokerage and trading 1 micro and doing that. Because also the large reality, actually, not even the large reality, the fact of the matter is no one is actually going to do that because 99.9% of people lose. So, you know, the good advice I can give to you is don't do this game. Trading sucks for most people. Just quit whilst you're ahead.
What is the best indicator or thing to look at to identify a choppy market? The volume profile can help you identify range-bound markets. You can also identify range-bound markets just by looking at the chart. So, for example, go to my chart real quick. I know this is a box, so you might call this an indicator, but you can literally just look at the swing high, swing low of this whole area from, say, right here on this day, and you can look backwards and go, okay, we're kind of range bound. And what proceeded to happen after that is more range bound activity. So compare this image to what happened here. We went from range bound to break the range, made a good low, and now we are going straight up. So we've gone range bound, break, trend, and this cycle repeats. We go from range bound to trend, back to range bound, back to trend, back to range bound. This is markets consolidate, move, consolidate, and move. So one identifier is where are we at now, right? Are we in range or trend? Identifying certain scenarios which would give you a hint that we might range. So that context being important, and the volume profile can show you that we're range bound when it looks. I don't have a good example on this chart right now, but if you were to look at a volume profile that's range bound, it would be a big D. So it'd have like a thin volume, like if I was using this as an example, it'd have thin volume up here, a big distribution here, and thin volume down here. That would be it. We would call it a D shape because it looks like a D. So if you can put those two things together from a context perspective, you can identify that you're in a range bound market. And then once you identify that range, when you break the range and build new volume, then you have a pretty good idea that we're leaving the range and we're no longer going to be range bound. This is a very simple, explanation for my part on that. Volume profile, even just looking, backwards to the left, just like this. This was a range bound. It happened from June 23rd to July 23rd. So we were range bound for a month. But it's great when you understand that you're in that environment because you're going to trade that defined range a lot differently than you would if you're in a trending market. I just explained it. How does the volume profile show your range? You would have a D-shaped profile. This is not a D-shaped profile because it's just a 4-week window, so it's always changing. But on the day or the week or whatever, you'd have something that looks like this, but with a big tail on each side of it. So there'd be a thin volume here and a thin volume here. And so you'd have this big volume distribution here. 2 minutes. So, Kane, you said earlier, not a great setup for you here on the chart today, that you'd be looking for a good place to get long.
Yeah.
Where is that place? I'm just curious.
Below 29,750s, the lower the better.
See, you know what's funny about that
That's below the volume profile.
is I was just, while we were talking earlier, I was looking at this volume profile here and just observing that, we have this node, this volume node right here from this price action, and there's this low volume area. And I marked it on my execution chart because I wanted to remember that exists, because I think above here, any pullbacks into this or above this area, I think we continue higher. And if we break this, I'd be kind of hands off on the longs, because you could theorize that we could go down to this node here and then this node down here if we break this area.
Yeah, like 600s would be nice. Yeah, it would be really nice. Ultimately, the ideal is 29,200. But we'll see. I wouldn't mind fading this like at some sort of, at the open here, like if we can break lower, but God knows. Didn't even spike the high on NQ. On ES, we have a like brand new high, but they trade against you. If you think props trade against you, then fair enough. The absolute cope in this space is too much.
A lot of tinfoil hats out there in all aspects of life. I respect it.
I could tell you exactly who does what, but no one would believe me. And the reality is the answer is the same for everyone, It is what it is. Well, wait, where's my chart?
You lost it?
I can't log into TradeAway on my TradingView on my live account because I refused to pay $10 for it, and the entitlement got lost. So now I trade on it on my second screen. I'm logged in on one of my prop accounts.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm not paying $10, bro. Fuck that. What, for it to be laggy and me execute on TradeAway anyway? Nah, I'm good. Hold that shit. So but I actually just want to check that it appears, yeah. They fail here, it could be a pretty nice short, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely at, a little bit higher. We failed here 3 times already. So it's not lost on me that, that's happened. We just have some Chad, sellers up here, just doesn't care.
I'm
Doesn't
short
care about
micros right now.
Nice.
My entry is 7,850s. Pretty good reaction. I'm only short 4 because I kind of just want to play all the way back through to those 750s, because honestly, if we fail there, that's the only place I'm interested in really getting long. Okay, I'm gonna bring up MenthorQ over here because I'm executing on MenthorQ there, and it's the only one that you can see on my chart. But this is just a prop account. I'm just trying to trade my funded next accounts on micros. Listen, I can tell you for a matter of fact, right? And I mean this like factually, there is not a single futures prop firm that trades against you. There's not a single one. I would love to troll everyone and tell you that Top Step do it, but they don't. They have no interest in doing it, you know? It's funded. So ES is now trading into its opening range. It basically traded through the high, back through the low, and now it's basically trading off. This is kind of like an ES trade that I would like to be in. My NQ, I've got my NQ stop in here. It's pretty small, couple of $100. So yeah, it's in at 650. If they take it, they take it. I'm not going to move it. I would actually like to see them fail here now off this high, and I could look to add into it. If he starts to get through the bulk of this opening range, I probably just abandon this, yeah. But if not, and it's still the more it is here, the more interested I am just shorting any bounce on it on NQ.
Seems ES is kind of struggling.
Yeah, but
It's a
it's
little
just
weaker.
it's
Now
getting
running, starting
getting
to
through
run.
it, but slower, yeah. Uh, the truth of the matter is why I picked pro over daily. I just don't do well with daily loss limits. Like 1.25, like a half daily loss limit. At that point, I'm just kind of like meh, you know. And the thing is that daily loss limit will be there forever. They actually just fucking dumped it whilst I was looking at chat. That's actually frustrating.
I'll be right back.
Man, that's sad. It's a really good high, but there's absolutely nothing there for me at all. They bring it back to 960s, maybe. I wouldn't want to short to yesterday's close. I would actually want to short to actually wait, I don't know. I don't even know where yesterday's close is. That's the reality. Uh,
Are you still short here?
nah, they got me.
They
And
got you
actually,
and then dumped it.
Yeah, but I'm back in now. I'm back in from 960s. But this is just like if this doesn't play, then I would leave it alone and move on with my day, which is what it's a typical day whilst this is a typical day for me. While this is why I'm on micros, you know.
Is there anything economic wise in at 10 a.m.?
Not that I'm aware of today, no.
Kind of dig this or mid short to be honest. Try to get a couple on.
Oh, services PMI. Yeah, I mean, fuck them. If they move the market, I'll be shocked. But then true, but saying that VIX is high, so you know, it is what it is. Did you get in it?
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm in 68.
Yeah, I'm in 61 basically.
They're kind of holding here at the yesterday's high. That's the problem. There's just like I'm out. Yeah, and they just snatch that and run. Ooh,
They're
all
stepping
right.
on it. I honestly, I think they're just going to keep doing that, and I don't actually want to be a part of that. I don't think. Now they're both looking like they're going to break, which is the first time they're in sync. So I would definitely leave it alone. Would I trade nanos? Not really. I very rarely trade micros, to be honest. Be proud of your micro. How are the super cute puppies? Yeah, they're good, bro. They're really good. Cannot complain about them one bit. I just can't see myself long in this, but it's so, I mean, it looks very bullish. Drop down, step up, stage two, push up, now pull back into stage two. You picked a hell of a day. Yeah. I mean, yesterday would have been a great day. Man, there's so much buying up here. If they can't get through this, then it's gonna suck for them, isn't it? The market today. I mean, the market. Look, a big move in the market for me is never. It's never super strong. Like unless I'm with it. Um, it's it's the day after normally hurts for me. So hence why I'm on micros and trying to leave it alone. I'm on some funded accounts. If you know they go, they go. I'm not super attached to them either. Yeah, ES suddenly just shift. The sellers really came in.
Yeah, right at 16 or just slamming the bid.
Yeah, they rejected 820s very nicely. I would just like to maybe sell 30s here if they can get through it. Nice, brother.
I kind of want to wait till 10 to see
Actually, I
what we
wouldn't
get.
mind like a 945 high and then like a fail. I've seen that a few times last couple of
The spread is
weeks.
super wide. There must be.
Yeah.
Oh, there is 45 final services.
Yeah, but it did nothing. Look at it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it went up
Yeah.
straight up.
It went up no more than it did the prior candle.
In the moment, it went straight up.
Yeah. Yeah. The spread just got a bit crazy with it. Come on, get through these 30s. Come on.
Yeah, there's a good OR midplay here. If we pull back to 7.4, that would be a good opportunity for that long. Be kind of pulling back into a good part of the range for the session. So did you front run it?
The
Nutty
30?
Fish?
Oh,
He front ran it to 81. You guys are a dangerous duo. I mean,
I'm
don't
gonna
you want a
kick
little bit of
myself if
danger
they
on your
go.
Wednesday? No vape Kane?
No vape. Not one.
Quit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I need them to break it here, to be honest. If they can't break it here, I'll probably just let it go. Not bad actually, to be honest. The munchies haven't been bad. I've been eating really clean, so I've been pretty full. Um, I haven't felt the need to massively snack. I've been super busy working on some stuff. Um, this just meant that I haven't like been like bored watching TV thinking, oh, what can I snack on? So I haven't had the time to think about food. Just been very regimed. Yeah, okay, and NQ Mini didn't close that. Yeah, but honestly, the truth of the matter is I'm more looking at ES right now on my screen. Like ES broke here, it's literally right here when I got short. ES broke below its opening range low. We have a 15-minute high on NQ, 945. It gives me that divergence. If we break above and ES gets busy again, then I'm cool with it. ES is now showing some strength back into its OR. NQ is now finding some traffic. So this is why I kind of loosen it back up. But this would be my last trade on these accounts for the day, just because at 10 I don't see there being um, a good trade after this candle straight back through. I would basically just have to long the high again, and I kind of don't want to do that.
Somebody's up here selling some size on the offer.
I'm actually going to give this
I
some
wouldn't
room.
I wouldn't hate another stab at a short. I'm gonna give it a whirl.
The fucking unrelenting thing is they are just buying the absolute piss out of it for no reason.
Yeah.
It's a bit disgusting. $86. They're buying right there too. Yeah, they are just buying. We'll see. I'll give it a bit of room. I don't really want. I wanted this trade to work by now, so
If we can
I'm
get
kind
back
of
below 45, I think we're in a good spot.
yeah.
Yeah, they're just starting selling into that. Not yet. It seems weird. The ES is
It's about to break.
all of a sudden weaker.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
I
So
kind
the
of
summer of divergence.
I kind of like that, but at the same time, I kind of want the NQ sellers to actually realize that that's what's going on and get on board. Because if not, I would. Yeah,
Okay.
well, apparently they suddenly have turned up.
All right.
I think this will get bought back up, actually.
Took off a third there.
Yeah, I think this will get bought straight back up. If we can break 30K, I will probably just go straight break even on this. If not, then I will flatten. I'll flatten on the way back through, which means I should just be break even right now because flatten on the way back through could happen very quickly. There you go. Now they're trying 30K. If buyers defend here, then
Yeah, I'm trimming down. I'm down to 4.
yeah, I'm only in 5, so I don't really want to trim it. Yeah. They're gonna grab me and go, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, ES actually puked. It's okay. I would never stay in that position after NQ bouncing off the OR high after it's been so strong with this high in place. I just, like I said, if they buy it back here, then someone knows something I don't, and I'd want to stay on the flat side of that. I'll take my $800 L for the day and move on. Well, my $800 in my funded accounts, you know. Man, there's so much selling here. If they can't get through it, holy crap. Yeah, don't worry about my camera. It's kind of irrelevant.
Took one more off. I'm down to 3. Looks like they're just holding like support every time we break Friday high. They hold it. We broke overnight high. We held it. We're in obviously a bullish trend on the the last couple of days. So I'm not going to overstay my welcome here.
Hmm.
I mean, there was pretty clear, somebody had about 145 on the offer, sold at 40 in the 45, and then another 40 or 50 around that same area. And as soon as we got below that, it just tanked.
They're going for it again.
Yeah. There we go. There's the OR mid long that I would have taken.
Yeah.
If I wasn't short.
Kane, what's your settings? Settings for what, brother? I'm confused. Man, that's 50 points in literally a second. Holy fuck.
Damn that OR mid. That's right. To the tick. Almost. Well, a little below it. 5 points.
Don't use the Lord's name in vain. Did I use the Lord's name in vain? How'd I frame this trade? It's just this 945 high on NQ. Like it drifted up and then like for this high it spikes and then pulls back in. It just that for me is that's a nice trade. There's not a really clean entry in here. There's a really clean entry on ES. So basically I'm basically trading the ES entry on NQ. My stop was obviously about above the high. I gave it a bit of room because it could have went one more time. And then yeah, I have to get break even on this when it trades into the OR, especially off this high, because also at the exact same time, the same reason I got in the trade was ES, and the same reason I got break even was on ES because ES took out that 15-minute low, and if they both drive out of here, and we get to the end of the day and we go. Where was a really clean spot to buy, and we look at the ES chart, and the ES chart took out a 15-minute low. NQ failed. NQ was sitting at the high of the OR, and everything was just screaming, "Okay, someone repositioned on NQ on ES, and they got straight back through it, and they just continued up for the day." We would probably kick ourselves. So that for me is one of the reasons I got flat on it. Okay, yeah, sure, I could have got flat at the low or the 15-minute low, but also at the same time, as if they would have carried on for a bit, I would probably have been a bit more annoyed. So this is like my middle ground of being able to do whatever. It's not my internet, it's actually the mixture of my 4K camera and Zoom and my computer. But thank you for your opinion. Appreciate it as never. Listen, trading different styles is a personality trait. It's the way I believe in it. Me too. Like I said, it's a personality trait, isn't it?
Oh, to be long, that OR mid.
Yeah, it's fucking nice, honestly.
Morning, friend.
Morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning, boys.
Morning.
Thought I was having internet issues. Took me 5 minutes to realize that one of my dogs had unplugged one of the switches for my office.
Whoops.
It just got out and pulled a cable out, or what?
Well, I think I don't know, he was laying under my desk, and I think his tail or something like just bumped it just enough.
Can we get this new high or what?
Oh,
They
yeah.
might rug you, XY, with news. You know, the prolific news.
Okay, let's pull up the chat too while I'm at it.
This trade's under 029. Okay.
Okay.
That was fun. Oh man, look at the book.
Non-existent.
For
I'm gonna go down
ISM
in 2
services.
lots.
This seems
I'm break even on the last 2 lots now.
now we're gonna sell off on ISM. Of course we are. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody.
Cool.
Will they
That's
stop me
cool.
out by 1 tick or something and then run?
Real
last part of my
legal,
trade?
real fun.
Very cool.
I think we should just get long here.
I agree, actually.
Dude, I've gone long like 4 times.
I'm going to try it.
I was like I didn't want to do anything when they were really divergent earlier. But eventually, ES finally made a new low and showed that it didn't really want to reach any further. It looks like
I hate
my
where my
NQ
stop
runners,
has to be right now.
my NQ runners are not going to survive this.
I mean, NQ whipsawing 100 points in each direction every 5 minutes is fun.
All right, I got stopped out. We'll get back in this.
Good morning, chat.
I wouldn't mind them defending it right here, though.
Yeah. I'm going to get in this.
I'm going to agree with you on that.
Now all of a sudden the buyers can't lift anything. I love that. Okay.
They were trying to
for
lift
2
those
in that.
960s right there. That's
Yeah.
not good.
Yep.
They're trapped.
Yep. Totally stuffed in the 60s.
I would typically like the VWAP trade, but this is the second time off of a lower high too.
Oh, wait, what the fuck happened here? I added low. That's my fault. We might get 750s now. They just not give us a good high to play to
Looks like
it.
chat really hates that the market's still going up.
Wow.
I need to get some longs.
Yep. And guys, NQ still got plenty of structure. The upside.
The hate
to lean
rallies.
on.
Hate rallies are the strongest ones.
I mean, this is definitely a hate rally because it's happened in basically 2 days. Brinton, no, I have not. I'm doing a bunch of other tools and things, but I don't know. I just don't want to give them the keys, give it to the keys to the kingdom. Like it would just be such a generic, basic strategy like that. I really need to give a model something simple like just trying to follow like the 9 EMA or something, or buying sweeps of overnight lows or something. I don't care that much.
Has anyone even successfully made an algo for like retail?
No,
I don't.
probably not. I mean, I'm sure
I don't
somebody
think that
has
has.
a decent one, but this is not new. Like the funds have been doing this stuff for a long time.
And I'm long 47 here.
I think the reality is the crowd, like if there was this algo on the market that everyone could buy that would print the money, it becomes a crowded trade, which just automatically takes the edge out of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right,
Plus,
taking off some for 30.
It's just like, I mean, it's really good for just surfacing, I would say, information. Then you deciding how you want to act on it. You get a lot of false positives. You get a lot of hallucinations. You get a lot of just other stuff with some of these models. So it's like, at some point you keep it simple.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh
60
man,
points.
I didn't get Leo. I
It's
did not
working.
get filled. You need to avenge me.
I got filled. 60s.
You guys got filled longs?
Yeah.
I just took 3 off there. So I got 3 for 30, 3 for 60.
Shit.
I would want
My-
new highs.
My
for the
orders
next
are
TP.
just sitting here. Avenge me.
ES just looks so fucking strong again. Out of absolutely fucking nowhere. They might give you the long if you want it. I don't think you want it anymore though after that.
I'm willing. Depending on where ES is.
Yeah.
Gold is mooning, silver's mooning.
Yeah, gold. Finally broke out of that
the Goyle
rain.
trade, XY.
What's up?
The
No,
Goyle trade.
paywall. That paid big.
You guys didn't know XY is a big pairs trader now with Goyle.
With Goyle?
Big.
Goyle. Big pairs Goyle guy.
Oil gold pair.
Interesting.
The pairs trade that nobody has nobody
data
can
for?
afford that paywall from XYZ.
Maybe one day. I'm pretty willing to long this still, but I'm gonna need lower prices.
How much
No,
lower?
No.
58 was
points.
good.
That's not.
What was
hey.
what was
want
wrong
those
with
40s.
For
59?
lower prices if I'm fucking long. Okay. What are we doing?
That was it, buddy. It was right there. I told you about it as well.
I think it's over. It's over. Then I'm like, I could have longed ES, but I was like, I don't want to long ES. ES seems a lot more finicky, honestly.
Ah, fuck. I mean, this 15-minute looks good now. They took out that low. No wick. 10 a.m. just sitting above. No good high. It's a good long, my head. Has all the things I would want for a long this high.
Come on, man.
Just get through here, please. Don't reject 30K.
Oh. Delhi, you're in for some pain.
Why? Because he's still spreading the FUD that you're bald. Sorry, I probably wasn't supposed to bring that up. Okay, my stop's in here at 61. I'm taking none of this off till the high. Does it? Game set match.
Like a new high day.
Yeah, no new high day, yeah.
Apparently there is some breaking news from Delhi.
Ooh. Ooh.
If you're not following, Mr. Anthony Crudele on Instagram, you should be. And here is why.
Oh, damn.
It's so
Yeah.
dirty.
So everyone should be following Deli on Instagram, apparently. Because he's
That's
just
so
coming out
dirty.
He
swinging.
just went for Leo's jugular.
That's crazy.
Deli,
What if the actual
Deli still works here? Question mark. That's fucking the.
Oh,
that's the
man.
best. That's
That
the
was
best.
good.
Man, the funny thing is what if Deli just has a toupee?
That could be why it looks so perfect every single day. The
That would
exact
be
same.
the most scandalous thing of scandals in the trading world.
Actually, it actually would be. It would make waves.
Maybe he's just trying to deflect off of him onto you. My cam is laggy. Yeah, don't worry about
He
it.
is
I know the problem.
deflecting.
Oh, that's funny.
What do we need, Glenn? Tell me.
I know. I already know. It's the Mr. T, Leo.
Well, Mr. T Leo is exclusive, apparently.
Oh, the Mr. T Leo is great.
Oh, I don't know. It's just I haven't seen it anywhere else outside of the the Discord.
Yeah, I haven't seen it anywhere either, actually.
What you guys are doing to my name is
I
blasphemous.
just love how it just now the thing is just doing AI stuff to Leo. And my favorite thing is just to do random AI things to Stowe in like the most random scenes and imagery as possible.
Let's go. Come on. New highs.
Get moving.
Get going.
Let's just get a 10 a.m. first. Let me get something off this trade. And then then we can make a new high.
No. All right. I'm going down to 4.
What? Still doing this. I have re-pulled my Ninja script data like 3 times today, and Delta Map just does not want to print correctly.
I think the easy mode for the day is over.
I agree with you. Things are actually
I think that concludes. I don't think I will try along a 5th time. Well, at least it paid.
They just need to get
gonna go-
moving right here and get through 25s on NQ. That's what they need to do.
That 4-hour candle that just closed is really good, but we're like right at that swing. One hour is good too. I still think we go higher, but might be in the absolute worst way.
The worst path possible.
Literally. It's been doing that lately, actually.
Five, 4, 7, 5.
Good morning, Daniel. Hope the day is treating you well. Well, at least chat is taking themselves out because of the choppiness.
Good day to use that lockout button.
This is giving me the tempting fate kind of vibes. The days where I have a really good start and I'm like just fixated on an idea, which is like a new hive day for both ES and NQ. And it just starts eating away at my P&L if I keep trading it. So I'm getting those vibes right now. I think
The
the
vibes
writing's
are
on the
important.
wall. The writing's on the wall, and it's on the chart too. Easy mode is over. Easy mode longs are over for the day, or at least for the next hour.
Nope,
I'm
guys,
holding a
I don't
runner.
trade. I just come on here and talk. Definitely do not trade. But if you're interested in my not trading, you can find my trader profile in the chat. It's pinned to the chat right
To
now.
not trade.
If you really want to see how much I don't trade, click on that one.
Your headline should be "I don't trade."
Yep.
How I make money by not trading. You know, all those like those Twitter posts that are
If
like,
you guys didn't realize
clearly
this, I'm
AI.
a highly paid former trading coach.
What?
Coach Nick.
Yep.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I wonder if Kane just got it.
Took you a minute
So
there.
that's how you know, according to FinTwit lore, if you coach people, if you have like those things, you definitely don't trade.
Yeah.
My students.
I wonder if chat knows the reference.
Oh, you know something? Not to be that guy, but I kind of tore into them last week, and then they tweeted about us, and I felt bad for like 30 seconds.
That's it.
Yeah, about
30
that.
seconds.
Yeah. I didn't respond because I didn't want to be that guy, but
they're nice to me. If you're nice to me,
they're nice to you. Yeah.
If you're nice to me, we're cool. I think Twitter beef is too scary. Then they start like trying to dig into you and stuff, like invading your life.
Fuck it. Who cares about that?
Hey, game update. Thank you very much. I appreciate your kind words. But that's the other reason I don't trade. I made a course that's free because I don't trade.
When I'm holding a runner,
if I did trade, I would have definitely charged for it.
A free course.
It's free because you're not actually going to take any trades off of it. When I'm holding a runner, what do I look for before exiting?
Down to 3.
Well, if I'm in a runner, if it's going well, then I'm probably trailing it. If I exit, it's either hitting the final like limit order, or at some point I just figure, hey, this is good enough. But if I'm trailing it, I mean, it's going to be up to the market. So I try my best to let the market dictate the outcome of my runners. Whether it's usually it's by trailing. So like as price gets closer to where the idea like, takes off the whole trade, the idea is I'm trying to sandwich it in with the trailing stop. Eventually it goes. A lot of times the market will take that stop out and it'll just keep going without me. But I mean, you do what you can. You can't control everything. Choppy market, no position.
I have good news to share with you guys, by the way.
Go on.
We are closing on our house Friday. Sale of our
Finally.
house.
I was going to say, like, you've been in the new house, but then I forgot you hadn't
we
finished
are?
your other house.
We're actually signing our papers. We're signing our shit tomorrow afternoon. But the buyers aren't closing until Friday morning.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm really excited about that because I don't have to go over there anymore and do random shit. Thank you. It's been
You are down 0.6 points in shambles, man.
Can we get, at this point, just fucking take me out or go up?
No, just go up. You don't need to take him out.
Okay, don't take me out. Just go up.
Yeah.
How do y'all find trades so quick? I mean, earlier in the day, I would say like before they made that. I thought the first 30 minutes were really good. If you were long biased. not right out the gate, but as soon as ES stopped being divergent, I thought the path was clear. So they opened up pretty divergent, and then as soon as they agreed with each other, I thought it was a pretty clear path upwards. I don't know, was it news? Was it ISM that ruined my dreams of the new Hive day?
Yeah, services ISM.
Yeah, but by then that was my fourth long, and I've already been paid. I was trying to hold 5 lots for as long as I can, and that drop happened, so I covered 3, and then they took out the last 2. And after that, everything has changed pretty much. They drove it lower, and now they're just chopping in the middle. The good times are over. But in that moment, longs were really good. ES was pumping real hard too. I just
Oh,
had
that's fun.
different
That's
I had a
fun.
different
Stop me out
idea.
and then
I
dump
thought
it.
we'd fly off, I thought we'd fly off above 30,100s and all that.
That seems really fun right here.
I
I
was
don't
going
want
to
to go
add, and
straight
then
back
I got
in.
it's literally moonshotted right back up.
Do I actually? Yeah, I do.
Useless? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, that was the fourth one. I really thought that would be the one to just fly off. But they've tried a lot of times. ES's high sucks, but market's not working towards it. So I think right now, just looking at how the day is and the order flow, the structure of the profiles, I could do some damage here if I keep trying to trade this. So yeah, it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's like really muddy. It's a really muddy trail. Not worth trying.
All right, I'm gonna reboot Ninja. This is driving me insane.
I mean, Nick, do you truly even need to have Ninja running?
No, probably not. I don't trade. I definitely don't take any trades. I definitely haven't taken a trade
Hasn't
today.
opened up
So
Ninja for a week.
yeah, I don't even need to have this open.
All right, they got my runners. I still want to be long.
Mm.
And speaking of more free courses, the Vibe Code course is almost done.
All right, I'm long again, 44.
940.
Someone's yelling at you guys. What profiles are those, Nick and Leo?
They are the same for the two of us. I don't even have to guess at Leo's because it's the exact same as mine. The current swing leg as well as the RTH profile. And I am reloading my charts. So I'm going to close Ninja if we want to jump to Leo's full screen.
Oh, I don't really love this trade now.
Yeah, I think they're going to look at the low and then bounce.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm giving it some room.
ES's profile looks like dog shit.
Oh, they're just absolutely nuking it. Yeah.
Is this gonna liquidate? It's very possible.
Think
But the tape
more,
is really two-sided in this range. It's really hard to say anything, really. ES is profile just looks so horrible, even at the highs. But that's the highs while price is moving lower. I mean, we're used to seeing a pretty, like, okay, my average IB range is about 400 points. We're at 170 today as a total days range. So a lot to consider. That tells me there's too much nonsense. Manifest, yeah. I mean, this is the first time I've seen it. First time I've seen the question, so shouting worked. Congratulations.
Yes, if you shout, we definitely will notice it. Nice little reversal there.
Well, Kane did say it's probably going to sweep the low and bounce. That's a pretty good bounce. I don't care if this thing goes all the way back. That's 100 points.
Thing is, it hasn't really gone anywhere. Yeah, the V shape baked straight back to the open.
It just reverses 60 points.
Yeah, you're better off just trading these extremes right now back into the open.
Yes, God, that looks disgusting.
Yeah, ES is. This is like literally one of those days where if I like had a red day, you just look back and you're like, yeah, I could see why. Totally my fault trying to trade it. I mean, after two, I don't want to say like easy mode days, but two really like crazy expansion in one direction. For a lot of people, you could just call it a week, honestly. Unless you're on the other side. Then you might actually still want to call it a week.
Oh, yeah, I mean, honestly, after
Either way.
yesterday, it's like, do
Either
you
way.
really want to? You're expecting the market to traverse that 3% today? Probably not. Is a long up here going to be that rewarding? Probably not.
It would be funny if we did nothing till power hour. Would it though?
No,
Be
it would not.
fucking gross.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Glenn, the experience is literally just me being tired of punching myself in the face. I blame the ISM thingy because it's all their fault that we didn't make a new high.
Yeah, true.
It's all their fault. This could be totally different right now. Well, I'm happy to see that chat is Not doing anything dumb. And then there's a guy that says, told you to short. All right.
Man, what was in that data?
I don't know.
Yeah, can't tell you.
The chat has been just coming out of the woodwork with the being the
Market calls?
actually in hindsight guys like lately.
Well, Liquid Flow actually didn't see you tell me to short at any point, but I apologize for not shorting when you told us to short. It is my apology. I'll be better.
Some buyers here in the 32s. I'm long 34.
Edwards, that's a good call because the truth is it's too volatile for anybody.
It's not safe. The tape is not
Even
what it
for
seems.
us. Yeah, I mean, you know I love the volatility, but this is like really it's kind of shitty. So good on you,
The,
man.
the 5 minute looks fucking gross, to be honest with
Yeah.
you.
Dude, ES is 5 minute too. Like the wicks are bigger than the bodies today.
I mean, my charts just don't want to
Prices
behave.
paid was higher. It's inflationary. Market didn't like it. I see. All right. Thanks, Tracy. Market clearly did not like it.
The market
Was
clearly
today the
fucking hated
nano
it.
release thing?
Was it?
I don't know. I knew nanos. Jim was saying something about the nanos for some of the markets, but I can't remember when he said they were coming out. Maybe it's
How
today. I don't
long?
know.
How long does it take to get profitable? I've tried for 4 years, still failing. It's not about how long. It's about how badly do you want it enough to do the mundane things, which is journaling, tracking, breaking down, refining. Also, some people don't get sick of their own shit. That's just a reality. Some people get sick of it within 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Some people just want to do the same old thing and gamble and not journal and not track data, which leads them to keep gambling because they don't have tracked data. They think it's a good. I've had so many instances where my own friends would think, okay, this is my thing, this is my strategy because I like it, it's good. And when they actually started tracking, they're like, this is actually like shit. This is shit. And the stuff I thought was decent is actually really good. And then they start to dial that in instead. It's not about how long or how hard you work. It's about doing the mundane for how long, how specifically. Not someone could put in 4 years, but it won't be equal to someone else's 4 years. How specific they study, just if you're going off of the stuff you see on like say Twitter when everyone posts those platitudes that are like a whole thread about being disciplined and waking up early to go gym first and oh I made a gazillion once I started to trade less. Like no shit. But you've got to really drill down. Nanos, August 24th. Yeah, Turbo. It's very true. Just doing things is very different than being very deliberate about it, being specific. The quality in the quality in your studying is not all the same just because you're studying. Like someone could sit and back test for ages and like this is just back testing. Do some replay, look at your trades, look at when they're good and when they suck. What does it look like? You know?
ES is still holding the staying range.
Snag that V range low. kind of want to hold a decent amount of this for all the way back up to 40.
Yeah, so Zenveg says social media doesn't help seeing 23-year-olds making $75,000 days. Well, I'll tell you, it's probably fake, but even
None
if
of
it
them are
weren't,
fake.
pocket
They're
watching
not.
has never helped anybody ever in life, right? And I think that's outside of your trading then. If it might be a hot take, right? Because this is like not a victim mentality thing, but if seeing other people's successes leads to your downfall, there's something way deeper than trading related that you need to fix. If you want to make it in this game, you're on no one's time but your own, right? And if you're really that affected by seeing people's probably fake P&L and all this stuff, you might not even be cut out for this game. If you have a hard enough time separating yourself from people's P&L posts, how do you separate yourself from a market you shouldn't even be trading on a bad day, like on a day like this? If you're like, oh, these days are tough, but you're trading it anyway, what are we doing here? Right? So all of these things need to be dialed in. If seeing other people's stuff affects you and your trading in any way, you need to go fix that. So everyone's thinking, there's the fix is this, the fix is that. Like, no, you've got to work on your own mentality first. And yes, I don't want to victim blame because yes, I do think it's bullshit, honestly. Um, I haven't posted on Twitter for like a week because I decided like I'm not gonna post banger trades and positive P&L. I'm just gonna post red P&L. I'm gonna have a string of posts on my timeline of red days. I haven't posted in a week. I could just be posting green P&L all the time. I had a 600-point runner the other day live on stream. I could be posting that, but I didn't. And now I just don't have anything to post, but whatever. Screw it, right?
You also start to realize that just posting P&Ls actually feeds into the problem.
Yeah, it does nothing. It does nothing.
It's
So I'm like,
for most people.
there was one guy in our Discord that said, oh yeah, it hurts. It affects him when he sees posting green P&L all the time. It's refreshing to see red. I'm like, enough said. It was last week. I remember that very vividly. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stop being a part of that. I'm just gonna post red P&L.
Yep.
But either way, it shouldn't really matter. And again, I don't want to victim blame, but that has to be fixed. You're not working on other people's time in this game. You've got to figure out your own shit. And this is what it looks like, right? Dialing in, realizing what works for you, not what works for other people. You need to find out what works for you. Obviously by trying it. But you can't try it for a year. It doesn't work out for you. You're like, but it works out for this guy. Like, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, as someone who did it for a long time and also had it just publicly shared without me really wanting it to as a form of marketing, it never really made me feel any better to have it out there. I don't think it really always helped other people kind of navigate this. So hence why I've done it. I haven't done it. It still never makes anybody happy. So at the end of the day, who cares? Just focus on your process, your plan, and don't worry about anybody else.
At 1018, would you say it's building volume higher? Toxic guy. So I'm assuming 1018 Eastern, which is 7 my time. I wouldn't say it's building volume higher in that moment. So your question is it's building higher, hence it's a decent idea to go long. In that moment, I was looking for longs all day, but by that time, I'm not looking for it anymore because I don't think that it's building volume higher. I think it's building it lower. It should be building it above that range, but it's building in that range, which is not higher to me. So I think you got it wrong there in terms of where it's building. It's building higher than the lows, but it's not building higher. It tried to build higher, and now it's in the middle, which is an issue after making a new swing low. Also, you'd be initiating a trade literally in the middle of the day's range. It's not too big of an advantage there. Yeah, Rack City, that's kind of ironic, huh? For how long I traded with small size, I don't know. I mean, I traded prop for a really long time. I guess you can call that small size because it's prop, it's capped risk, but props got me through without bleeding out entirely. Looks like a day for micros. At some point, too, my belief is there's a maybe hot take. I don't really understand how someone like a lot of traders, they'll look at a market and they'll kind of preface it with like, today looks really tricky. I'm gonna go ahead and size down because it's tricky. Actually, shouldn't you just not fucking trade? Like that's always my thought. But it seems I've never seen anyone say something like that. It's always, oh, it looks really tricky. So I'm gonna size down. Wait, you're sizing down because it's not that good. And if it's not that good, shouldn't you just not fucking trade it? Just pull a nick. Don't trade it.
Yep.
Right.
Or yeah, just never trade.
And if you're sizing down because of the range, that's one thing. But if you can say it's really tricky, like you can't really get a clear grasp on what the market's doing, and that's why you're sizing down, that doesn't make any sense to me. But that's very different than, okay, the range is really whippy, but I still like this is still a clear market to me. It's fine.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about this the other night too. It was just like if the DOM is moving too fast, then you probably shouldn't be trading. It doesn't mean that necessarily sizing down is going to solve the problem.
Right.
It just
Just
means
don't
that
trade
you may
it.
just want to wait.
And we're retail traders. We're sitting here by ourselves. Is someone gonna go and scream at you for not placing a trade?
Yes, actually, XY, they will.
The chat?
I get screamed at constantly if I'm not
I'm bored. Place
taking
a
a
trade.
trade
I
with
thought this was a trading stream.
with a 5-minute ATR of 10 points on NQ. I'm getting yelled at for not taking a trade. So
I want my money back. The 9 EMA does not work today. Yeah. Well, anyone that's followed my teaching of the 9, how I use it, if price is crossing it back and forth, it's dead to me. I forgot it even existed. There's no reason. If it's not sloped and holding price, it's meaningless. It's like having a key level that you drew and price has gone back and forth between it like 6 times. Is it really key? It ain't key. Market will tell you when it makes sense and when it doesn't. But yes, anyone that's using EMAs today and actually still trying to use it, you've probably reset your prop count 6 times. Like that's another factor too. Like I said earlier, it looks like one of those days where like if I'm gonna do something, what the hell would I even do? And yeah, like look at the EMAs. It's just a wave. It's it's not holding anything. Price is constantly trading back and forth through it. There's nothing worth doing anymore after they failed to make that high and started moving lower, but doing it in the worst way. Like if you fail to make a high, start to move lower, if it's clear enough to me, yeah, I would love to get on the shorts, but it is so terrible.
Anthony says go long.
Thedley. Sorry, I forget. Is it Thedley or the DLY? But prop firms are definitely not a scam. I wouldn't be here
Oh,
without them. So
same.
literally, I would not be here. I would have just got tired of losing all my money long before I broke through.
oh, you missed it at the start of the stream. A guy told basically had it out for me because I was promoting prop, and he felt like it was a scam. I kind of gave up defending it.
I think props are a scam if your trading still sucks.
But then trading's a scam. Props irrelevant at that point.
Right. Yeah. No, I
My
think
favorite it's still like then the people who were like, okay, it's not a scam, but that's not real money. And be like, well, it really didn't matter to any of the assets or purchases I've acquired from said monopoly money payouts. So, okay, you can stay on that soapbox alone.
I mean, I guess you don't have to say it's a scam. You could just say it's really, really hard. But I mean, how easy is the world gonna make it for you to make thousands of dollars, right? Like $2,500 and you paid $80. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
It's gonna go make another low.
Yeah, it's gonna rip low.
My charts are not behaving today.
Someone said monopoly money from Mr. Monopoly.
Yeah, Abhishek. I mean, I'm happy for you. Says all I'm gonna say is I felt that way as well. 5 to 6K months sorted my family out. P&Ls don't affect me. That's what you should be. If everyone's chasing other people's P&Ls all the time, like to what end? At what point does it end? Are you even trading for a better life, or are you just chasing a high score for no reason at that point?
It wouldn't be real money if someone stopped banning multiple entries for giveaways. Well, guys, I got to do what I got to do. Got to stay ahead of the scammers and schemers. If you think the props are scams, you got to wait till the people who trade the props.
Okay, Manifest. He's having a breakthrough. We're breaking through today. He says my process is basically someone else's. It fucking sucks. Hey, at least we're getting somewhere, right? I don't know if you said that to yourself before, but we're getting somewhere. Also, for anyone that's like, look, guys, even when I was trading prop, holy crap, my graveyard of accounts of evals is like extreme. I would probably be in the top 10%. And there was a stream where Kane helped me find out how much I spent on one particular prop. And it was like $60,000 almost. Um, yeah, the game's not easy.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Shit's hard, man.
seeing as how I had to trade a certain platform for streaming at one point, I don't even want to know what my total spend is with a particular firm because I was required to.
Wait, they didn't. Wait, let me get that straight.
Nope.
They didn't cover
Kane,
that.
No, they did not.
Oh, I fully thought they covered that.
Once it changed over that I couldn't use any of the other platforms. I was required.
Oh, I'm actually so shocked that they didn't cover that. I'm actually mortified. That's so funny.
Shit.
How much was the spend with Apex? Bro, I'm like, that's just such an anomaly. If I spin that wheel 10 times, 100 times, there's probably one time that I do it again.
Dude, your run over there was insane. My run was the opposite of yours.
Yeah, I only got one payout from them for 40K, and I was probably in the red before that, probably about 17 over like the course of 2 years before finally beating it and then blowing the account after that.
Honestly, they are terrible, but they've paid me the most, and I thought they did give the best opportunity. They are the reason I was finally able to just like mentally and obviously financially just be like, you know what, I'm gonna fund a huge live account and we're gonna break free from prop. And it was because of them. It was because of all they gave insane opportunity.
Yeah.
And if you were good enough to get it while it was good, shit, you're happy. But those days are
the thing is,
gone.
it existed for long enough, right? That was kind of my
yes, it existed long enough for me to get like my fundamentals down in trading, hone the skill, get better, perfect it, and reach the points where, okay, now you're just pulling out 5-figure, 5-figure, 6-figure, 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 right? And running up the P&L, obviously blowing accounts along the way, but still running up that total payout score. So they lasted long enough for me to go from basically like close to zero to all the way funding an account. Yeah, that was insane. That was insane opportunity, but it wasn't easy, right? Intraday trailing. It wasn't cheap because you had activation fees.
I mean, look, I'm of the opinion that even with the activation fee, if you get to the moment you get to a payout, like a singular payout, it's cheap because like you pay, it pays 10 times the amount you
Dude, it
paid
was
up front.
40,000 at a time. I was only
Yeah.
running 20s,
Yeah,
batches of 20s.
I ran the 250K is the one you could withdraw 3K at a time. So every 10 days it was 60 bands.
Yep.
You know,
And
it's
no
just
fuss. It was like you're just on sim forever. And I started when there was a thing called a payout window. And
same.
The payout window, never
You
forget.
you
you had
guys
to
have it
time it. You
good
had to
these
time
days,
it,
man.
you know?
You
If
put in
you
15 solid days, well, you
Yep.
can't request until another month because you missed the window.
Yeah, like that was the thing. It's like actually the run in the timing window for me, it was like the 15-day payout windows, you had to have 10 days. The consistency was 20%. So like actually everyone I had it like just as hard as everyone else, you know, if not harder than everyone else that does
Yeah,
it
you were
now.
early.
But also at the same time, I didn't have to deal with the bullshit like moving to live, you know, like it was just run it up. Okay, you're uncapped. Okay, it probably makes sense to stop you doing this. The end, you know.
Chill guy. I would say it's not us. I would say it was the scammers and schemers running legitimate operations of I would say hedging with multiple people is what killed a lot of this.
Look, I'll happily take the blame for the Apex thing. Like, but like, I know for a fact that they changed the rules as a direct result of mine and JCaps, but
Of a
at, at,
handful of big ones, yeah.
at the end of the day, it existed for too long. Like that whole thing, like it was always gonna stop doing that. So yeah, I tried this one more time. I took a break even here, so I think I'm just gonna call it down like 1.4, 1.5K on the day. So I'm
I
just
hope we don't reverse that off the Abbey low.
Opero asks, bro, how do you even get 60K to deploy in props? Dude, in the days we're talking about, one payout is 60K. One singular payout.
Yeah,
And
guys,
the
there used to
hardest
not be
part is getting
caps.
past the threshold to payout. So if from that point on, it's a lot easier. You're getting 60. Next 8, 10 days, you're getting 60. You're getting 60. You blow up, oh well, run it back 60, 60, 60. That was, if you had your feet on the ground, you were doing what you need to do and not fucking around. You're getting paid heavy in those days.
Is getting moved to live bad thing? I don't think it's a bad thing, right? But I think that there, like I said about this earlier at the start, there's a massive shift, right, from going from trading 45, 50 prop accounts across 4 or 5 different props, making $200 a day, and withdrawing, you know, every 5, 6 days, withdrawing, you know, 20K. That shit does not translate to the live market, by the way. That's just not how that works. You don't get to make $20 a day, $200 a day, and every 5 days withdraw 20K. So like, there's a massive adjustment there, and I think a lot of people that are really good in sim, it doesn't necessarily translate. At least not straight away. There's a period, right, where you have to learn that, okay, 5 micros on a 50K funded account probably needs to be 5 minis on a 30, 40K live account to start making the same amount. But then suddenly the risk is there, you know. So I think the reality is it doesn't translate. And I think a lot of people then go, oh, I'd really like to go back to sim. I also would like to play the sim game forever, but at some point you have to put your big boy pants on and say that it's not, you know, playing the 50 accounts, copy trading is not big boy trading, you know? Like it's just the way it is. Fuck, they're going again.
They're going to
Yeah, I
drop
think
us.
that the EMAs might be good again. It's really sloped downside.
750s. It's so sad, Leo. We wanted 750s this morning and we had no high to play to them.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
it's gross.
we're just going to move this line over. But yeah. Seems to be
They can trade below
something that
like
can come into play here.
620s.
I mean, they just offered 200 lots at 901, low
Yeah.
of the day. It's getting offered.
I think below 720s and shorts are probably on the table for the rest of the day. Just gotta lose this big node here. That hourly candle is looking pretty bad. Stampy, I did the opposite. I use props to test everything. I used it as everything because I still felt like I had skin in the game, so the emotions are still there and stuff. So that I didn't have to risk my actual money. But you're doing the opposite. You're risking your money, even small amounts. You're risking that to try to hone the strategy for a prop, which is the complete opposite of what I did. So if the question is it a good idea? I can't say that it is because it's the opposite of what I did. But everyone's different. Opero, no. By the time I funded that first live account, I had pulled out way more in prop. Where it's probably like about 7 figs already, and then I dumped 100K into a live account. But before that, I didn't have that confidence too. When you're trading prop, it like Kane says, it's a whole different thing. Risk of ruin is not a measurement that is so important when you're trading prop. But on the real book, it absolutely is. And I was just not confident enough. So I just kept going prop payout until I was like, look, I've got enough. I've done enough. I think I have a pretty solid grasp on this thing. Let's try it. But honestly, a huge chunk of that was Apex from the good old days. It sounds good too now, like it sounds all great, but dude, you guys have it way better now.
Yeah.
With no payout windows, clear payout like parameters. It's not like 8 conditions you have to meet. And back then it was, dude, just getting a payout was hard. We're talking about the amounts, sure, but just getting a payout it was a difficult task.
Yeah, it used to be like 10 days of like consistency and just a bunch of.
Some had 15.
Yeah.
15 days, and it has to fall in a payout window, which was like a window of 10 days maybe. And if you're not in there, you got to wait for the whole.
No, 5 days, bro. 10 to the 5th.
Was it a 5-day window?
And 25th to the 30th. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then if you miss that, you have to wait until the next month's 25th to 30th.
But you still had to trade. Like you had to keep. You couldn't like sit idle.
Oh, dude, you guys
had
have
to press
it
the
great.
button, and then anything can happen.
You guys have it really good with the options available now.
I got long off this low, by the way. Just a quick one.
Should have probably gotten back in.
Yeah, but I'm already break even. I just don't trust it. Good morning, Stowe.
Good morning. Good
How you
morning.
doing,
Hey,
sir?
buddy.
What's up, homies?
Oh, just talking about how I don't take trades.
Okay, fair. Nick notoriously takes 0 trades, so that's good. I'm glad we're talking about that. I heard some prop firm lore. That's fun. Always good. Always good. prop firm origin story, my favorite thing.
There's always like prop firm lore. There's old like a FinTwit lore.
This is what happens though. You have the unks of the streaming world, I guess. Now
Always talking about in my day, back in my day.
Back in my day,
this is what happens when you're in your,
window.
your early 40s, late 30s as currently a trading streamer. This is what you know.
oh my God, the payout window. Can you imagine if these kids had to have a payout window?
Everything would be.
They would flip
everything's
their
already a scam, I
shit.
guess.
Everything is a
it's
scam.
already a scam. It'd be a massive scam.
Yeah, it'd be a massive
What do you
scam.
mean that I have all the criteria for a payout, but I can't request $70,000 right this second?
If prop Twitter existed 3 years ago the way it did today, I mean, everything would be a problem with the way it used to be. Every single thing, the way props operated back then, would be taken with such disdain today.
If you just had one like legacy prop rule or payout rule in any of these current props, it would be like liquidity issues. Are they going to close up shop within a week?
There'd be seven prop firm review site Twitter people like just doing retweets of all of these things and just making up stories.
Yeah. Stowe, how was trading before we depart? Tell us.
I had such a good day. I'm actually kind of freaked out about it. Right as I was coming on, I had my last, it was an ES trade. My charts are kind of being a jerk right now, but I had been adding into this short on ES, and I had just like a Hail Mary target at 778, and we got that like 10-point sweep that just filled me magically. So I don't know why the market's being nice to me this week. I don't want to question it, but I'm also probably done trading.
Yeah, I'd say go to the cage and cash it in.
Yeah.
Man.
So I'm good. But yeah, I was working this short the whole way down to get to previous day high. And yeah, that last ES slot filled at 78.50, my one standard deviation thingy. So yeah, blessed.
Wow, boys.
Very blessed.
It's a pleasure as always, Leo. Should we fuck off?
Indeed.
Indeed.
Chat.
See you guys.
Thank you, boys. Have fun. See you all.
See you, chat.
Production.
See you
Much
guys.
love.
Bye,
Hey,
buddies.
boys.
Bye.
Early Dutch says early prop lore is our generation's pit trader lore.
This is
Oh
true.
man,
It's so true.
It's kind of true. Well,
Too
that
accurate.
yeah, the FinTwit lore mixed with prop, like just like I guess retail trading, Twitter from the last like 4 or 5 years is basically the equivalent. You know who blew up. You know who's fake. Who's not real.
Man, that was so sick. I'm so proud of staying on that. That was so tough to stay on. Man, that was
Yeah,
hard.
I think even being in the right direction today was never easy.
Like, well, I mean, look at the opening range, man. We were for 40 minutes in NQ. You're just getting whipsawed 100 points.
I don't know. This 320 dude would not stop though. I traded MNQ as well. So yeah, everything on the short side today. Very sus. There was definitely that seller at the 20s and 30s, and I leaned on him.
Hey, Iran Foreign Ministry says agreed on shipping route with Oman, not with US.
Oh. Whew. I'm not used to taking my cool down as soon as I come on stream, but I might. Is it too early for a fridge sig?
No, it's never too early. There is
might be
too
time.
late.
Might be time for dad. Yeah, there is too late.
Too early.
That's true. Oh man, I got in trouble last night for sure. We went to see the kid wanted to see the Minions movie, so I went to see that. Horrendous. Ugh, horrible. Those movies are just about nothing. And those damn minions, they just say non-words, and you're watching it and you're just like, what is happening?
That's why the kids love it.
Horrible. But I smashed the biggest Diet Coke of all time. So I was laying here at like 1 o'clock in the morning, like, you've made a huge mistake. Oh.
What is the name of the stream you guys do in the evening? Midweek vibes. That will be today. Later.
That's today. Yep.
9 Eastern.
We have 3. We have 3 streams with 3 names
now
so far.
Are you trying to just make me work every night of the week now?
So far.
Why not?
I'm going to give you guys stream keys.
I knew it. I knew it was coming. It's coming eventually for us.
You guys,
Wait,
you guys
are
can host
wait,
your own
Sav,
in OBS,
Sav
man.
says the minions are supposed to be French. Are they really?
They
What?
see
Sav, what?
They seem French, yeah. I mean,
I
a lot
guess
of
I
what
could-
they
yeah, now that she mentions it.
a lot of what they say is French, but they also use Spanish. They use like a mix of all languages in the minions language. It's supposed to just be nothing. I don't know. It's tough to watch. And I'm like, this Minions movie about nothing, it's got to be just like an hour and a half, right? Nope. Sure wasn't.
All right, guys, who's long gold?
I was going to say, Sarah's yelling at us to look at gold, so I
Don't
want to look
lie.
at gold now.
All right, Sarah.
Sarah,
Who's long gold?
Oh, it's up
Good morning.
4% now.
Good morning, Sarah.
Gold is doing what
My chart
the
is
indexes have been doing the last 2 days. Just volume, volume, volume. Super clean. Just up. Volume up. Not lower. No hassle.
This is pretty fun. Single print to the downside on today versus single print to the upside from yesterday. This is a fun time.
We have 4 single prints to the downside still from NQ the last 2 days.
I think how many does ES have? Let me see. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 ES single prints to the downside. My word. That's fun.
Today's one of those days. My charts just don't want to load.
Mine are being a jerk too. Everything's behind. I don't know why. The DOMs are still fine, so that's cool.
Yeah, my candles have painted weird. They're printing behind.
Yeah,
now
okay.
I apparently broke it now with trying to even attempt to look at gold.
All right. Well, I'm glad it wasn't just me because that was driving me crazy.
I need to rebuild because we had the redone OFL studies that are, I guess, better. And I needed to go delete a few things and then re-add with some of the new stuff. I've just been lazy.
How's the chat doing? What were you guys doing? What was the bullish
That was
bearish vote
discipline today. They were all just saying like, so choppy, I hate it. I won't trade it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they were blaming me for asking why, or then they were saying like, why aren't you taking a trade after saying all of that?
And then we had one guy. Then we had one guy said, "Told you to short."
We've had a lot today. The chat is doing chat things.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for never letting me down, chat. You know, I know I can count on you for literally the exact same things every day. Nick never trades. I told you this was gonna puke.
Yes, I never trade, so buy my free course.
Trade Master channel. I have no idea what the probability of single prints filling is. I don't think that I don't know. I've never
looked at stats over multiple days.
Never tried to look at that. I have no clue.
There's probably no point because we have so many there's always gaps. Like every rollover into the next quarter, there's always a gap that we probably never actually fill. So
I don't look for them to fill. I don't look at them for anything.
I just try not to fade them.
Yeah, the only thing it is like it's a little blue bar down there that's a reminder like, hey, remember me? I was really, really aggressive.
And what is the session stat? 2 sets. Like we don't fill them, or we don't fill either one of them in session like 80% of the time or something.
I don't know.
I don't remember the stat. There's a stat behind like a reason why if there's a second single print, like you should not be trying to trade the opposite direction because it's just super low probability.
Yeah. But what's interesting about today is NQ and ES are trying to put a aggressive downside single print in right now against yesterday's aggressive upside move. Maybe they'll just go fill it so it's not a big deal. That would make the most sense.
It's possible just drift back up here because there's that higher low working towards. If they trap this volume down here, we might not move ever again. Anywhere.
If I had the spirit for it, I would have bought 780. That's what I wanted to do. But I don't. I am done.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that ES gave me a to the tick fill on a 10-point sweep down. That has never in the history of space and time have I been that lucky on a short fill. Trademaster channel, I find that zero prints on ES like during the day have a really high probability, and even Globex too. If I see a zero print in Globex, they almost always go right back for it. And same with ES. If I see a zero print on ES, I'm benefiting from that print. Like, say if we swept up to 95 and I was long 88 and we made some zero prints in there, I definitely take one off and wait for that zero print to go get filled again. NQ is a different story because its spread is much crazier. It doesn't always clean up every single zero that it makes, but ES, those stand out to me, and I take notice of them every day. I don't have any. That's just anecdotal, so I don't have any math to back that up. So what I'm saying is, trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro.
Whew.
All right. Restarted Ninja. Hopefully my charts will load again.
I was sure some of you guys would have been in that short from
I
the
got
20s.
stopped out earlier, like 30,000 trying to short. Before
I've
I
only
came
taken
on, like
longs.
whatever, like at 8:45-ish.
I literally just took longs, and when the market started to get really weak, I just stopped trading.
That's fair. I did what I did yesterday with identifying that seller at a decent intraday spot, except today they were my friend, as opposed to yesterday when they gave up on me and I had to abandon them and go back to my roots. ES still pressing.
Yeah, ES's tape is a lot more aggro downside right now. Look.
I saw that dude, I saw that 600 dude again for a second today doing the same wacky stuff like up at
You mean that guy that kept filling like on the bid and the offer, the 500 something lots?
Yeah, he was up in the 12s.
Market making.
In the 13s.
Market making.
It's like, what are you okay.
Look at ES pressing into this.
Do you guys trade when ES and NQ diverge, hoping one will eventually move with the other or avoid placing any trades? Well, I try not to hope for anything because that hope has forsaken these lands, to quote the great. Damn, I was trying to nerd out, but I forget that dude's name. Anyways, it's Lord of the Rings. But when they're diverging, I definitely have my head on a swivel a little bit more, but I'm still trading each indice based on like its own location and my targets for that thing. If NQ seems really, really strong and ES is just standing there, but there's room to the upside, then that gives me confidence if I'm long ES. It takes away confidence if I'm short ES.
I hate when they are divergent.
Yeah,
I hate it.
It's not a good time.
I was looking for longs NQ going into the market open, but I didn't because ES seemingly had different plans. So
Yeah.
I didn't do anything until finally they were both showing some strength. Then I started to get the longs NQ. And then whatever was in that ISM news ruined everything.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, manufacturers, big sad, I guess, I assume. Or an analyst was wrong.
Tracy said it was like seemed inflationary and market didn't like it. I also didn't like it.
I'm paying like $1 a kiwi right now. If anything's inflationary, it's how much I'm spending on these damn sleep kiwis.
Kiwis?
I didn't tell you guys about this?
No.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we're together so we can talk about it.
Well, I just want to hear about fruitflation because my daughter eats strawberries more than I don't know how she weighs as much as apparently how many strawberries she eats in a day. So.
Do you guys know how the internet just shows you a bunch of dumb things like, hey, having trouble sleeping? Try these.
Never. I never see anything dumb on the internet.
Right. Well, you should, maybe your algo works and mine's broken. It's possible. I started to see this stuff about how if you eat a whole kiwi before you go to bed, it's got tryptophan in it or something, which I think is what's also in turkeys. Also, I'm trying to get more folate, so my app stops yelling at me. It has a lot of that too. But did you know that you can just eat a kiwi? You just eat the whole damn thing. You don't have to take the skin off? Because I didn't know that. I was unaware of the kiwis.
I didn't, but I can't say I'm surprised. Like the longer I live, the more I start to learn that you could just eat stuff like that. Like if it's like fruits or veggies, you just eat the skin. I mean, at some point you learn like, dude, wait, hold on. You eat a potato just biting into it with the skin on it? And that's how it all starts.
Right.
You know? You see someone eating a baked potato, they're like eating the skin. You're like, whoa, wait, hold up. What are we doing? And then you're like,
so my sleep is trash. So I was like, I'm in Target and I'm like, here's a big thing of kiwis. I'm like, all right, I'll buy these kiwis and try to eat these things. And the first night I ate this whole kiwi, which was an interesting experience to eat a kiwi with the skin on it. I think I did fall asleep easier. So I was like, holy shit, this might work. But anyways, it's like $1 a kiwi. And I'm like, man, if anything's inflationary, it's this $1 kiwi.
Went ahead and forward tested it real nice, huh?
I did. Yeah. Well, just like everything. I just saw, some random algorithm was like, did you know kiwis? And I was like, great, time to buy some kiwis.
I like how you can sit here and tell us, yeah, the internet keeps showing me dumb stuff. And then you went ahead and saw something dumb and decided to take its word for it.
Yeah, man. I do that with everything.
I do that with everything.
You got to forward test.
With everything. Why wouldn't you? Guys, I have a real question for you guys. Chat, if you can just help me.
Ew.
Dude,
my charts are never.
There was zero bid. Did you see the tape on ES?
Yep. Not
from that drop all the way to the whole 11 points. There was zero bid.
That was nuts. That was nuts.
Holy crap!
Market's so sad now.
That was nasty, man.
That was insane. To see absolutely no.
Did ES have a velocity logic event just now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it was just really extreme.
Okay.
But dude, that's what, like 50 ticks on ES with
Yeah.
absolutely no buying.
Look at that.
Yep,
I mean,
look at
that's
gap.
that wasn't
But
even
anyways,
that big of a sweep.
chat, how much do you guys pay for mangoes? Please go.
Great question.
Mangoes. One mango. I guess break it down to price per mango if you buy it in boxes or whatever. Price on a mango.
Price per mango.
Yes.
PPM.
What do you guys pay?
I don't buy mangoes.
You don't buy mangoes?
I'm not
Is
a
this,
fan
is
of
this like an
having-
Asian thing? Only Asians eat mangoes or something?
Well, it's like the stupid pit. I don't like cutting it. The pit is annoying. Like if they're already cut, maybe I'll buy some, but I got to be in the mood for a mango.
Stowe, do you eat mangoes?
No, I'm far too white for mangoes.
Holy crap, maybe it is. Is it really an Asian? All right, let's see. We got
Yeah, that is not even in the top 10 fruits that I
No,
purchase.
man, it's such a pain in the ass. I'm fighting
is
with
a
the
pain in
pit,
the
and I'm
ass.
like, where does the pit end? It just sucks to
Okay,
deal
I'm
with.
seeing upwards of $5.
I
All right,
love
I'm seeing really
mangoes,
low
but
numbers.
hold on. I do have frozen mangoes, and those go into the fruit smoothie. But I'm not taking apart mango. It's a nightmare.
All
My
right,
hands
so
are
it
sticky.
seems that my wife is sweeping the offer on these mangoes. He has discovered, well, one of our friends has discovered this like little freaking I don't know, is it a farm? It's like a small farm where they whatever, and they go to the farmer's market.
Mhm.
And now our whole friend group is all in on these. It's not just mangoes, it's like all these other fruits too. And they're really expensive. We are sweeping the book on mangoes at $7
Per mango?
per mango. I will say
Dude.
they look insane. They
Dude.
look like really good mangoes, and they taste better. But I'm like, the more you pay on stuff like luxury items, you're not really getting that value, But he's sweeping the
Bro.
book on them things. $7. Also, there's kiwis. I don't even know how much. I don't know how much. I don't know. I don't remember the prices on everything, but I know the mangoes are a 7. And
That
there's, like,
mango would have to
pomegranate.
change my life to justify a $7 mango. That's like that,
I
that
can't imagine
strawberry
paying
you
that.
can buy. It's like you buy one strawberry, it's like $50. It comes in like a
That is
fancy
insane.
thing. Yeah. That's the same thing. That seems like some
I have
some crazy hype.
another little story. So in Japan, fruits are like a huge commodity because you can't really grow out there, I guess.
Okay.
So everything's really expensive, and they have these really, really expensive strawberries. And they're white. They're actually, the color is white. Right. And then
That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
we were like in some store and we're like, let's just get like the cheapest one. It was like $20. One strawberry. And they tried it. So the husbands were like, this is bullshit. Why are we doing this? Just go to Ralph's at home. We don't need to do this. We got Ralph's at home. It's
We got
fine.
strawberries at home.
And so the wife's like, oh, we want to try it. They try it, they bite into it, and they look at each other kind of like, do we like it? Do we like it? I'm like, and I'm just watching them, and eventually one of them's like, I'm like, you are fucking lying. You are a liar. You don't like it. I can tell.
Gotta sell
And at
it.
some point they're like, yeah, honestly, it sucked.
Man, that's crazy. I wonder what the odds that fancy mango farm guys just going to Costco on the weekends.
Oh, hi.
No,
Very high.
it can't be because they look so different. I will say they look way different. But can I say that you should pay $7 for them? Absolutely. I cannot say that. Are they better than any other mangoes I've eaten? Yes, but I'm not like out here searching for the finest mango, If I'm eating mangoes, I'm just trying to eat a mango.
Well, as much as I've said this is insane, I would certainly forward test this $7 mango, just like everything else. So I would give it a shot. I don't want to
This
say
is
I'm
an
above.
expensive forward test, man. It's not a kiwi.
Yeah. I was like,
Not a
damn,
single
now I
kiwi.
feel good about my dollar kiwis.
Did we see the GC chart? Yes, we have. Yes, we have. It saw what the indexes were doing past 2 days and said, you know what? It's our turn. It's our
It's
turn.
our time.
And now the indexes are doing what
you were
gold
gonna
is
say
doing.
that.
Are you predicting me now?
I mean, I have an algorithm on everybthing, everything now.
It's our time.
There we
it's
go.
Our
Thank
time
you.
down here.
I'm just a big Goonies fan. It's well known. It's well documented.
Am I Japanese? No, I am not Japanese.
Ralthor tells me to try mangoes from Pakistan. I didn't know that you could like coordinate where you. I didn't know you get to pick where your fruit comes from. It just comes. I just have a few places.
Up on, I guess the importation of various fruits and how they differ from region to region and climate to climate around the world. Like I'm not
Me
up
neither.
on that.
I just eat it.
I just know a lot of the bananas that I seem to acquire, I guess, originate from Ecuador apparently.
Okay.
Because the sticker on them says that. So is there truth to that? Maybe, or maybe they were the original seeds that they used were in Ecuador.
I can't start pointing my autism at fruit.
Why not? Why not?
I can't do it, man.
You might enjoy your time.
Now you're gonna go down a rabbit hole with Claw just on like fruit imports.
Oh man. Hey, T. Lamar trades. I just experienced my first positive slippage.
So did Stowe, I think.
I did. I was just gonna say I've never been positively slipped before. Welcome. First time for everybody. First one's free.
Gives and it takes, but it also gives.
Yeah, I mean,
I've had some good like market order slippage where my eye went one way. Okay, I'm out, and then it gave me like an extra 6-7 points before. But I've never had it like actually slip me positive based on a stop or something.
No, mine was a limit slip. It was great.
My buddies, they trade micros with prop, and it's funny when they like show me a screenshot of their fills, and it's like filling where price hasn't even traded, but in a good way, because they're on the micro ladder, you know.
Yep.
So I just see like a fill where it's like 6 points below the swing low, and I'm like, sweet.
Yeah, I'm good, Frank. Thank you. Nope, limited rabbit holes. I've got a golf swing rabbit hole that my friend sent me down, so I'm going to be working on that.
Well,
do I like durian?
I learned, Stowe, I need to repair now the other shoulder, and then I can rework on my swing.
Oh Lord,
because the one that was fixed last spring is fine, but the other arm that I've already had surgery on twice is not very stable anymore, and I need to get that fixed before I just start.
I was just thinking about you yesterday. I moved my shoulder press from 25s to 30s, and it was really hard. And I was like,
Are you standing doing them, or are you sitting?
I did sitting because I moved to 30s. I was doing 25 standing, but I'm like, if I'm going to bump to 5, I'll sit on the bench. And it sucked. I got my 2 sets in, but I could see now how you can really hurt your shoulder doing this.
Your neck, your spine. You can do a lot of things with shoulders or shoulder exercises if you're not careful. But yeah, the stability.
How am I going to get swole if I don't lift heavy? That's what the algorithm tells me to do. You got to lift heavy, eat chicken and rice.
Lift heavy, eat chicken and rice, and eat the skin on the kiwi.
Eat the skin on the kiwi.
I lift things up and put them down.
Oh, you know what? This is a Stowe question. So someone asked early in the chat.
Oh,
they asked me specifically, which is the worst. I'm the worst one to ask this. They asked how I think it was how I would recommend that they journal. I'm the worst. I am the worst with journaling. It's definitely like do as I say, not as I do. But Stowe, So someone now asked, could you guys share some info about backtesting? Is there a software manually enter a trade in Excel? I don't think so. But someone had an actual journaling question, so I think that's a good one for Stowe.
Yeah. So, well, it depends. It depends on how discretionary of a trader you are, I would say. I am a highly discretionary trader, like big on the vibes. So when I journal, what I do is I use my vibe check tool thing, which is free. Whatever, you can have one if you want to. All it costs is your email address. And I focus, my pre-market stuff is mostly focused on my mental and physical state. And I just check in on myself to see, do I feel like garbage? Do I feel really good? How confident am I? Am I on a winning streak? Am I on a losing streak? How's that affecting my mood, etc. And then I have a checklist to make sure I did all my homework before I start trading, like check the news, plot my levels, get a read on what the market is doing. Am I aligned with it? All that sort of thing. And then at the end of the day, I go back into Vibe Check and I do the checkout, the postmortem. And what I really try to do with my trades is it's hard to go backwards after the whole day is done and really give yourself a good grade on your performance. So I don't look at anything to the right of my trade entry when an idea starts. Like I went over this in the Discord yesterday with everybody. I was trying to be short for like an entire hour of yesterday, which might seem crazy, just from what you guys know about me. But I saw a seller and I wanted to get on sides with him based on some daily structure. And there was a big gap to fill. So I was like, hey man, this is a high reward scenario if I can get into it. So I spent about an hour taking partials and being scratch to a little red before I finally got on board and just said to hell with it. Once it was pretty much right where IB high was. Once IB high broke, I just yeeted into the thing for the rest of the day. But anyway, it's important to go back through if you're going to journal your discretionary trading, like give yourself an honest review of how you performed, but don't base it on what happened for the rest of the day, because when you were executing, you had no idea what that was going to be. So give yourself a grade on your execution based on what you saw, not what you didn't see yet. As far as if you have more of a, I don't know, like we have lots of friends that trade with, you know, like this is my specific setup. This is my specific risk to reward on that setup. If you're more mechanical like that, then you can actually journal those opportunities, but I don't do anything like that. So I can't help with that stuff.
Yeah,
So
I don't journal. Oh God, I was trying to get long there and I got distracted.
Sorry.
No, that wasn't your fault. But yeah, I don't journal. I've said this before. I need to feel the pain.
Vibe. Truly a vibes, man.
Otherwise it doesn't stick. Me writing it down had no effect on me. I need to do stupid things and sit with it with myself.
Nick, did you say you have a free trading education course? If so, how do I get it?
Ooh.
I do. But it's for those of you who do not want to actually trade, according to the chat. No, go to course.nickforatick.com. Give me your email, and it's completely free.
How to sit on hands forever by Nick.
Order flow
The
course.
first page is this is how you never trade again.
Yes.
Step one.
Here's how to have no job, a stay-at-home mom as a wife, and yell into the void on the internet.
And never trade.
Which until about, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, there was no such thing as an affiliate code in my life. So here you go. But you can do all of those things and not take a trade, apparently.
You laugh, but not trading is a good skill. Yeah, have you seen what little we've done for about an hour?
Yeah.
Does the course have a 45-minute candle section yet?
Oh no, after our
That's
friend
actually true.
Trying to clap back at me again yesterday, I have to add that section into the course.
You could just have him write it, plug it in.
I should message him.
Like a little collab. How much is the course? It's free.
It's free. It's free. And you can check out vibestraders.com too if you want to see XY's playbook, Leo's playbook, Stowe's 2-chapter view up, whatever you want to call it. dissection?
I don't know. Does anybody need to know more about VWAP than that? Everybody's like, I can't wait for your next video. I'm like, yeah, keep waiting. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, and there's also the three of us have done Develop Your Edge sessions.
Yeah, which is even more VWAP.
Which are all same thing, just another level of the same stuff that you can read in the course or in on our playbooks. And you get a live format of those, and then you can also hang out with XY and me on Wednesday nights for more of the same as well.
Tonight.
That's exciting. You guys want a couch appearance? Maybe I can set up the tent.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
in
yeah.
the house.
do the or like set up like put a blanket over some chairs, and then have the flashlight. Scary story time.
Dude, we do that. We build forts all the time.
Yeah.
You can get Stowe's free vibe check thing at what, Stowe?
Vibestraders.com, baby.
It is linked on vibestraders.com.
Yeah, you don't want my URL. It's very complicated. It's just like everything else I've made. It's got a horrible name.
As much as apparently nobody cares, you can get the course at course.nickforatech.com or vibestraders.com or just about everywhere else. It's linked everywhere. You can grab it on my Twitter. You can grab it everywhere.
Can you get it at fvgforever.com?
You can get it at ifvg.com or ifvg.ai, excuse me.
I forgot all the troll websites you got.
I got a few of the troll websites. I've put a lot of thought into my subtle trolls here and there.
It's an art, folks. It's an art.
Guys, can you share your weekend routine while you were learning and improving the grind?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Oh, my God.
I can tell you. Replay all day, every day. You fucked up somewhere? Replay that the entire session, actually. And then replay where you fucked up. And then replay the stuff you did well on. Replay so many things that all of the signatures and the patterns are baked into your brain. So the next time you see it, you basically start to have PTSD about what happened last time you saw it. And that's how you build that pattern recognition. But it's a lot of replay. Back testing only gets you so far, honestly. Maybe if you're like you trade only candlesticks, it works out. But that's also if you only enter on candle closes. If you're entering while a candlestick is developing, you need to also replay. But lots of replay. Put in the time.
I would put the kid down at 7:30 or 8 and then eat and then easily be in my office until 1 or 2 in the morning, just looking at, I forget what software I used, but it was like, it wasn't tick data, but all I had was VWAP bands and a 1 minute chart. And I would go back, I went back 5 years and just started. And I just stared at it until I found patterns that made sense. And then I needed to figure out ways to quantify like risk to reward, what sort of risk to reward makes sense for these different scenarios. I made like this giant playbook, way too many spreadsheets to just eliminate the ones that suck and hone in on the ones that work. And that's how I came up with the whole slope thing. And yeah, so, but yeah, man, 5 hours a night for 2 years on days that didn't even exist, and then trading during the day.
You gotta want it bad enough.
You just have, some autism that needs weaponized, and you can point it there. Like, this is what I'm trying to keep the fruit thing out of my life for. I don't want to have to stay up all night looking at what country my fruit comes from.
Guys, the more we bring it up, the more he'll cave in.
He's right.
And
He's
head
right.
down. So yeah, we gotta just keep bringing it up, chat. That's how you get Stowe. Replay on what time frame?
What you execute on. What are you trying to look at? Is what you would
You replay like your system, your strategy, whatever you use. Make sure it's as good as you think it is. Make it better.
If you did replay on a daily time frame, you could probably get it done in like 30, 45 minutes.
You could probably do the whole year. Yeah. Yeah, like really dial in, right? Find out, go to where the trades didn't work. Go to where you like tripped over your shoelaces and went DLL for the day. The more you see those things, the more you keep replaying it, the more you'll start to notice the little things that the market will show you when you're like, okay, every time, this happens, it's not good. If this happens, it's better. If this starts to happen, I'm probably better off flattening the trade. Things like that.
You guys have regular jobs during the testing phase, or were you all in on trading? So partially, I was actively trying to like really trade and understand it. The problem was I had a lot of bad habits that were saved by the fact that I was doing prop, as well as you had backup income. So if I took stupid trades or I had a bad day, like it didn't matter as much because it was almost like I was playing with house money. And then once I got laid off and then could not find another job, 6 months of like actively interviewing, searching, and just nothing turning into anything, is when I had to suddenly like clean up some of those bad habits, and kind of go do the what Stowe talks about with vibe check stuff, with like actually look at myself in the mirror and keep some of those things that I was learning about myself as far as behavior, as far as my little triggers, as far as the emotional side of this, until it suddenly became like, if I keep doing some of these things, there is no more money, is when it actually kind of sunk in.
I remember XY told me forever ago that his real turning point was after Rush Hour 2 and his acting jobs dried up, was when he really needed to dig in deep and focus on the Dom.
You didn't know XY was the stunt double for Juntao in.
I thought he was Juntao. Wait a minute.
Well, I don't remember the bit. Was he? I thought it was an extra, and then we did the Juntao thing. And
no, he is Juntao. He wasn't.
That's what this J stands for. It's my old job. So when I was doing all that replay, I was also on set. So like when I'm not in the scene and they're filming another scene, I just go in the trailer and I start doing replay. Maybe I'll like check the charts.
Would you have a dial-up Dom back then? you gotta put your AOL CD in?
For the quotes for the tape. Like, all right, give me the tape, give me the quotes real time. Go.
Yeah, I traded and worked at the same time. I worked in the music industry and then as a musician, which isn't really a real job anyway. So there's lots of free time. You don't really have. I haven't had a boss since, I don't know. I worked at Arby's when I was 16. So
big flex.
Yeah, big flex. Still great job. Just love that job.
We have bosses now.
Lore,
we have bosses.
Yeah,
they're behind the scenes right now.
Yeah. I'm more afraid of a hey, got a sec text message than I was from a boss sending me a Slack message that said, hey, are you free?
Yeah, Jim is the ultimate boss. Yeah. Nah, Deli not working here anymore. Dude, Stowe, you missed it earlier when we were just talking, and then they're like, oh, pull up this clip of Deli. Someone in the chat was like, Deli still works here?
Now he's a big Instagram story guy now. I saw
big content creator now.
Yeah, big content creator guy.
Big Instagram content creator.
He's gonna get. I'm waiting until he gets one of those clippy microphones. We need
with a fuzzy thingy right here.
Yeah,
I've got them. What do we need them for?
No, Deli needs one.
I bought one on Black Friday.
Oh, right, because Deli's a big Insta guy now.
Am I the only guy that doesn't have a clippy microphone?
Well, I was gonna do remote shows. I didn't want to bring a full-fledged mic. That seemed easier.
Yeah, I only bought it on Black Friday for like if I'm doing a anti-live stream, not at home.
Man, I should do that.
My laptop mic would be pretty shit. So,
but XY and I are gonna go live on Kick and do some IRL content out in the boonies.
Yeah, we do IRL content,
and we needed them for that too.
How many hogs are gonna survive that?
we're gonna thin out some numbers. That's all.
All right. All right.
We're gonna clear the books, though.
$8.20 again.
5-minute NQ is ugly.
Yes, it is.
Dude, today the wicks are bigger
It's
than the
pretty
bodies
ugly.
of the candles, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was like that from the get-go on the 5-minute. Like you see those wicks on NQ like off the open, and that's just.
But at least it was like one-sided. That's why I was like, okay, longs are still good. I'm just like pressing longs because the wicks are one-sided, and then it became just two-sided. ISM came out. No more up, only down. All right, chill.
The one thing that's lingering in my mind is the XY Rush Hour 2 lore. Is XY seems like a one take kind of guy where the director's just got to know I'm giving you one take and you better make it work.
Yeah, because I got to go replay mode back there. I ain't got time for this. We'll do it once. We'll do it live. Then I got to go replay.
I thought for sure I was going to be in that trade when I came on. That was nuts. I can't believe the bottom fell out of ES twice like that today. We still have zero prints at these lows too. 64.25 to 63. Oh my God. There's a whole
get some short
there's a whole
action.
3 points worth of them.
ES wants another low.
I mean, look at that. Look at all these turkeys down here.
I think shorts are good if NQ can trade under 720s. It's just I've been waiting so long for them to figure out what they want to do in this low volume area that the stream is about to be over already.
Yeah.
But they're figuring it out. I think what they're doing down here also sets up the next leg pretty nicely because there's a lot of volume here, which is good.
Yep, I agree.
Which is good. Gas. Fuel to the flame. If you're trying to trade it, you're not having a good time, I would think. But if you're patient, you let them just figure their feelings out, build up all this volume, and then when it breaks either way, upside or downside, you'll have a really good environment, I think.
Yeah. Good conversation here between 850 and 800. You can see passive bid, passive offer. Yeah, it's not like it's not the worst short there, 850, but I just
B Hassan, sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's why like when things like this happen, I'm just like go out to that 1 hour to keep reminding myself, look, we're trying to see the resolution in this spot, and until it happens, there's nothing that we're looking to do. If I keep staying on like this, you might be enticed to do things. The way I see it is if we're trading below it and into this prior range, then we can start to look for shorts. And if it doesn't, if it holds this range upside, you can start to look for longs above this node. So they should be able to lock this node out and then trade back through it and above. So those are my two scenarios, neither of which are complete because the market's still trying to have a knife fight, and I don't want to jump in the middle of the knife fight.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise, you get stabbed. Yeah, so I mean, I hope it helps. I mean, it's not for everybody, right? Everyone's got their own way of doing things, but that's what I do. And that's why even my 1 minute, it's super scrunched in, so I don't get lost in the sauce. I want to see the whole day's range to make sure I don't lose sight of things personally.
So let me bring that up. I need to move that line probably. We've probably where are you at, chart? There you go. Ooh, even better. Okay. Ooh, now wow.
What are we looking at?
So this is So before the pre-market, I had like 720, 730 is where this this weekly band was. We're now rejecting it. We're rejecting the +1 at 860 since the weekly has moved in the last couple hours. So if we keep pushing below this 860 and take out previous month, which is what we're fighting with now, 780, 785-ish, then we can head back down. Then the retrace of the weekly band starts.
Some extra confluence.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I know nothing. Likes are welcome.
Oh yeah. Yes, they are.
Prior day low so far away, can't even see it yet. Yeah.
Right. I mean, was it the opening tick yesterday? It just seems like we just ripped and never looked back yesterday.
So, yeah, 2020. I mean, this is previous day close on ES, so it's not the weirdest. It's not the weirdest spot to be slowing down. We pretty soundly rejected yesterday's previous day close on NQ though, and it wasn't much on the way down. This is what I was really looking for. On the way down, it wasn't. I mean, it gave out pretty fast. There wasn't a lot of bounce there. You can see like it auctioned it, and then it became pretty firm resistance for NQ. So NQ being the weaker of the two in relation to its previous day close right now.
Nick, we giving them another horse race this week? They want a horse race.
Maybe. I'm working. I mean, 2.0.
How about you guys
is
tune in
finished.
later tonight and find out?
2.0 is, that's all you guys need to know, is that 2.0 is finished.
9 Eastern.
Let's make a new low and not take forever.
Show me what you got. Yeah, a lot of business right here. Wow. Okay.
Show me what you got.
Yes, just follow us on Twitter.
Yep.
If you
It's
guys
interesting.
want to know.
Lifted that 82 guy.
It's like a secret underground party. You have to follow us on Twitter to know where the location is.
Thank you for checking out the website too. Yeah, I spent a lot of time doing that for absolutely no reason.
No, there was a reason.
I'm still searching for it outside of it was fun once it was finished.
Sometimes the reason is not immediately clear, Nick.
That's fair.
So the reason comes in time.
Sometimes things are not what they seem.
Sometimes.
Hey, you know, where is that guy?
Where is that guy? White van got him.
He just popped up in chat one day and said things are not as they seem and
he never came
back again. And he was right.
They got him.
By the way, yeah, like he was actually
him.
right. And never to be seen again.
Hey guys.
Jim.
Hey Jim.
What's up, man?
What's happening, man? Boy, what a day, huh?
What a day. Indeed.
Trying to get my screens all organized here. I got 3 of you guys today.
Always. It's Wednesday, baby.
That's right. I love Wednesdays.
Me too.
How's everybody doing on positions right now?
Flat as a pancake.
Don't love. I mean, if we bounce here, there could be a nice long rotation back up into the range, but I don't know. Choppy day.
I'm done.
Whew. You're done for the day still?
Yeah, dude. I was the benefactor of several hilarious moves in ES. So
hilarious because you got paid on it.
Yes,
illegal if you didn't.
Yes, exactly. I shan't be pressing into this anymore. I shall be going. I'm going to go to the park today. I'm going to do a little hike. That's my plan.
Is shan't even the right word?
I shan't. Yes.
Right. Sounds good. How about you, XY? Are you done?
I shan't.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And then how about you, Nick?
Possibly. I may take another trade, but as of right now, it's slowing down. Got all these single prints below us, single prints above us. Weird rest of the day, probably.
Got it. Yeah, it's raining and thunderstorming here, man. The only thing I have to do is this. So I'll be sitting in this chair. Nothing else to do. No pool time. No martini around the pool at lunchtime.
No martini? Ooh,
no, I know.
Sad.
Rough day.
That's all right.
The gym residence.
I won't start shaking until about 3 o'clock. Any of that. Great job, you guys, as usual. Appreciate you 3. Let's give these 3 a round of applause, please. All right. I don't really have any announcements other than Trade the Close today is with Jack, Selma, and Tanya. So we're looking forward to that. It's going to be super awesome. And just keep rolling. Keep moving forward here. We're going to hop into a quick edge report. Thanks, gents. Again, appreciate you. You're the best. And we're going to talk about gold here on the edge report. So,
sounds good. Later, Jim.
Peace,
Later,
Jack.
homies.
Take
Peace,
care,
Jack.
guys. All right, gold, December gold, 2026, long trend channel consolidation breakout today. And this thing's been going on for, I don't know, almost a couple of months now, where we've kind of seen the sideways action here, a bunch of PAX lines in the middle. But today, not only do we break out of the recent resistance level, approximately 41.65, but we broke above this July 6th swing high at 42.15.5. And I've had that marked on my chart the whole time. It's a swing high, it's an important level, and we blew through it with gusto, I'm going to say. We're approaching that yearly open at 43.40, and then the next swing high up is 44.03.6. So, and Tracy mentioned it yesterday, this thing is coiling, and it's going to be violent one way or the other. Well, it's violent to the upside for sure. RSI is, again, no divergence here. It's looking pretty good. So what I'm thinking is I'm just going to put my crosshair here right around previous week's high, 41.82, and that's kind of my line in the sand for support. I know we're way far above it right now, but I'm going to keep that line there, and I'm also going to remember that July 6th swing. Right now, way above it, a little bit of selling, a little bit of a shadow at the top of the candle, right? We're up $143 today, so that's quite a big move up. Let me kind of shoot over here to intraday chart, though, because this is really, really interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on here intraday. You can see it's kind of the volume profile. Let's start with that. It's not great, right? And we saw this yesterday in the stock index futures, right? Volume cluster and then a drive up a little higher. Pharm talked about it this morning. Volume cluster, then a drive up higher. Volume cluster, rinse, repeat, another one and another one before we kind of ran out of steam on the upside, at least for now. So the volume profile is not really pretty, and there are high volume nodes to consider and low volume nodes to consider as well. In particular, the top of the value area, that light blue area is the value area prices above that are called prices above the value area. And that's kind of a pretty close to a 78.6% retracement, low to high. I put this on my left-hand side just because I had too much stuff on the right-hand side. But that's going to be kind of an area of interest for a retracement back down for me. We're back into the IB, the initial balance, and we're not even close to the midpoint yet. So again, that's my next line down is at 42.79.9. And what I did earlier too, I was like, all right, where are we? We're making these highs right now. There's not a lot of targets to the upside, right? There's a lot of empty space here. And so a couple things. One, after that high vol level, right, that 43.40 level, which, by the way, corresponds to the yearly open. Imagine that coincidence. Other than that, there's not a lot of stuff up there. So, it's a good way to kind of think about target prices. And so what I did was I added a fib extension that requires 3 touch points. And I started it down here where we had this kind of the London low 42.09 spot 1. And that was the low to the swing high, right? The first swing high, very prominent trend, grind up at the 830 candle created that. And then the third point is a retracement back down. And we had a decent retracement back down, right? And that was approximately 42.43. That's how I added the extension line. And it gives me fib numbers to consider. And let's take a peek. 127.2%. We wicked it perfectly. 43.24.7. Next spot up, again, lines up with that high vol level. It lines up with the yearly open, and that's at 43.40. Above that, we have another target, 43.46.9. That's the next level up. So these things I like the extensions. It's a little bit hard to apply it to an intraday chart, to be honest with you. It applies nicer on a daily, but in a situation where you don't really have a lot of discrete targets, this could be helpful. And in this case, it was very helpful to me as well. So we'll see if we get that retracement back down. Even a VWAP touch, well, that would be quite a retracement back down, and it would be a double break of the IB. So I'm going to have to go to that edge full stat and see what the chances of that are. I'll report that back this afternoon. And we're going to talk about correlations this afternoon in this afternoon's edge report between bonds, gold, and kind of think about real yields versus the price of gold and what's happening here in the bigger picture. Having said all that, that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here live with us on NinjaTrader Live. And looking forward to this afternoon. Shai's going to kick us off with an afternoon update. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being part of our network and part of our community. And subscriptions, thank you. The thumbs up, thank you. It means a lot to me. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.